Rick Standen is first. And Welfare God is right behind him. A rocket gilder. Will you get to see my toes today? Probably not. That would be a YouTube strike for weapons of mass destruction. So I probably can't do that. That's interesting. I have a Hornet, and it's pretty good. I like it. I never saw a purge extruder, though. I don't even know what that means. Purge extruder? Is the filament sensor tripping? Hmm. Interesting. Hang on. I don't even, if it doesn't have a filament sensor, I don't even know why it would even say that. Probably not, well, for God. I don't think OnlyFans is appropriate for my content. Hello. Oh, you missed out, Ed. Should have been ED209. That would have been hilarious. You have 15 seconds to put down your weapon. The printer turns off or the fan turns off? Oh, you connected it so that it does also turn the printer off.
That's pretty cool. Ow. Well, the one good thing is Michelle and I got this place cleaned up. The most practical, the most efficient ways would be PayPal or Patreon. If you donate through YouTube, YouTube takes 30%. So if you were to do a super chat for $10, I'd get 7. YouTube keeps 3. While if you were to send the money via Patreon or PayPal, then they only take the credit card processing fees, assuming you're in the US. So PayPal or Patreon, I would get like 97% of it. What is a 3D foot dilder? Awesome, thank you. Today we're working on the longer 3D LK5 Pro. I owned a porno shop. I doubt there's anything that would surprise me. Well, foot dilder doesn't bring up anything. Unless he means dildo. Hey, that review site that I use finally resulted in me getting some evil villain tools. I got a freaking scepter. And this thing's pretty damn heavy, too. I could beat the shit out of people with this. Except the tube is too light. That needs to be solid brass. They went all in on this, and then they cheaped out. I'll beat the shit out of people. Every evil villain has to have a scepter. Good scratcher, though. It actually makes a surprisingly good scratcher when I have to scratch my leg or scratch my back or something like that. Couldn't pass it up. I also finally scored a 12-volt fridge freezer. It's a bit on the small side. I don't know if I'd risk scratching my balls with that. But yeah, this thing. So it actually runs on, it only takes 45 watts and it runs on 12 volts and it can actually freeze. So this thing can, the only bad thing is it only holds 11 cans. But I actually run that off of a battery pack and solar panel. I've been wanting one of those for a very long time, but I'm sure as hell never going to spend my money on it. Because they're like $200-300 for the little ones. But you can run that in a car. And because this stuff is really good. We are absolutely addicted to this stuff. Pepsi Mango. And this thing lets me keep them at 33 degrees, so just above freezing. Anet ET5. Let's look at it. The core problem with Anet in the past has been similar to the problem with Trod XY. Their printed designs are fine. But, well, I'm still looking for the blue, the berry flavor. I haven't found that yet. So I can get mango, but not the blueberry. Oh, I got cherry, too. One ATX9. What's an ATX9, Welfare God? Okay, so we are looking at... I need to move this so I can see the screen. I don't find nothing under that. Now that would have been a pretty good deal. So this is the Anet ET5. So basically it's the their clone of the CR10 Pro, the CR10S Pro. I'm guessing 334. Yes, it's a 334 printer, quick assembly. Yeah. So this is their variation of the CR10S Pro. It looks decent based on what I'm seeing. I mean, I don't see any major issues. It's all aluminum extrusions. The CR10S Pro suffered from a was that the one that suffered from that weird issue of the EMF coming off the power supply underneath, messing up the bed leveling? So basically, it's a CR10 with a full chassis bottom. I'm guessing there's nothing on the bottom of this that you'll be able to look right inside. It's just stamped steel. Hey, riffraff. The one thing I don't like is I don't like this move to molded plastic hot end enclosures. One thing I love about the Ender 3, Ender 5, etc. is that you pop 2 screws off and that whole hot end cover comes right off and you have access to everything. I really like the ease with which you can maintain and repair things like that. But then you look at like the CR10 V2 and stuff like that, and you start getting those really annoying, hard to take apart hot ends. But I think you could still manually level the CR10S Pro. So once I figured out that there was a probe issue and I disabled it, I think, because I had no problems with my CR10S Pro once I got around that issue. Yeah, Hornet is similar. Although, I haven't taken apart the hot end of my Hornet. If it's modular, I don't mind it as much. You know, if everything can plug in at the hot end on a breakout board, it's not as bad. but I don't like the difficult to access hot ends. You know, we haven't gotten to the point where the hot ends on these machines are reliable enough that I don't want easy access to them. Meaning, I want it to be very easy for me to get access to that booger. Some prints from last week. So I printed out a couple of those little fidget toy things. So there's one in orange. They're just kind of fun. This was printed on the Anycubic Viper. And I printed in white. Obviously, once we stopped using that wet PETG, the printer worked perfectly fine, had 0 issues. I printed out a can of whoop ass. The tops didn't finish quite right because I switched to 0.04 layer height, which, by the way, worked fantastically. That little pull tab came out real nice. But I forgot to increase the number of top layers. So that was kind of a oops. You can't do 3 top layers at 04. It's just not enough plastic. And then this is the real nice one. That is a Totoro phone holder. And you can see it even printed the little top of the leaf head and the ears fine. But that is a phone holder. Well, injection mold is fine if done right. And I am printing a real big one of these. I'm going to actually start it after the stream today. I got a nice roll of silk blue. What's it called? Acid blue silk filament. That looks pretty nice. So I'm going to use that to print a giant scale one of these on the Viper to hold my tablet. But yeah, that detail came out real nice. The underhand came out real nice. I did variable layer height, so down here is 0.24, and then here's 0.1 for the rest of it. But it came out really nice. Very little, no stringing, but very little boogers from one end to the other. It did a nice job. What the hell is that? Hang on. Oh. FedEx dropped off a couple packages. I have ugly feet because for a very long time I had 2 very nasty ingrown toenails. So, yeah. Fetus Dragonfly Hot End. No, I have not. Search. This one. Ten toes. What's the difference between BM0 and BMS? Oh, they are actually different. Copy. So we're talking about this. Excuse me. I said copy. So we are talking about that. That one looks like it's Ender 3, Ender 5 compatible. Those holes look like they'd line up with the Ender 3 mount. But no, I have not used one yet. Pippin any chicks lately? I don't know what that means. Okay, so you could do like an Anycubic mount, or you can do a Creality mount, because I believe Anycubic uses the V6. Pipping. Piping. What do I hear? UPS followed FedEx. I don't remember what the mount for the Sidewinder looks like. I don't know. Good question. Nope. I will probably never have a mate. Bit too old for that at this point. Too much other responsibilities. So far, very impressed with the Viper's printout. I mean, it's normal. It's printing out just fine. I'll probably eventually put a 1.2 millimeter nozzle on it just because it has a volcano hot end. That just means you had an infection, so you just gotta clean it out. I know, so no, it's not the type of hot end. What the hell's a PVC lay? I used to. I used to have a one of the Taz machines, but I sold that before I left Pennsylvania to one of you guys. I broke even on it, so I can't complain. But currently, no, I don't own any printers that do 2.85. Yeah, I have a few rolls of 2.85. I've always thought that I should probably have a 2.85 machine just for that reason, especially if I find a stupidly good deal. But at this point in my life, I'm older and I have responsibility to my sister, so that's something I probably would never risk. But over the last 2 weeks, we got this whole house cleaned up. I mean, one end to the other. The only portion of the house that's even still slightly messy is right here. And even this is organized into a pile. But everything else is all cleaned up. We can even sit at our kitchen table now. It was covered with 4 3D printers. So I got rid of those 3D printers. And oh, the Shark Navigator vacuum broke the very first time I used it. I did the bathroom, I did my room, which by the way, it kicked ass. And then when I went to do the living room, I actually had to hold the two halves of it together because the connector pipe between the base of the machine and the handle of the machine, the ABS part snapped. You know, I called them up and they're sending me a well, I'm good. There's no way a part like that could be flawed and pass quality control. There's no way. That company is too mature to allow something like that to happen. So my guess is the part was simply damaged. So it didn't take much for it to just crack all the way. I'll show you. Hang on. So this is the part that broke. So that part right there, your handle attaches here, and that snapped. So as you can see, it's cracked. Actually, my friend David Hoffmaster, he came over to visit last Wednesday, which is why I didn't have a stream. They went to the Grand Canyon and said, hey, we're going to be at the Grand Canyon. Let's visit. And I said, hell yes. I hadn't seen him in 20 years. So he visited last week. Why is that sitting? That's weird. Oh, there it goes. About 6.5, 7 hours. Well, obviously, we're talking about the main part in Flagstaff. I will probably fart on stream today. Most people fart many times a day and don't even realize it. But, yeah, as you can see, now the one thing that does concern me, well, they're sending me a new one. But, you know, it's a $200 vacuum. I expect it to work like it's supposed to. But theoretically, you could print something for this. But you can see how all the cracks converge on this point right here. You can see it's coming from all directions. All 4 directions. And it converges right on this thing right here. And that concerns me because they've compromised the structural integrity of this plastic piece by having this cutout for this right here. Whatever that's for. See how it goes through the part right there? So they've compromised the structural integrity of this part by having that cutout there. And that's probably not a good idea. So they're sending me this whole piece. We'll see how that holds up. But my guess is this was damaged at some point in packing or shipping, and then it just continued cracking. I mean, I can't imagine they wouldn't have quality tested this component. You know, Chinese company, yeah, I'd say, yeah, that's exactly what they did. But Shark is a pretty mature company, so I would imagine they would have addressed this. But that is the weak point of this part. You know, that's where it's the thinnest. And that's where they've compromised the structural integrity of this part by having a cutout for this. So, not the greatest idea in the world to have that cutout like that. I'm not sure why they had a need to do that, but I would have rather have seen this solid. And that is a high stress component because the handle that you're holding on to when you vacuum, that handle attaches right to this, and there's no support holding that to the vacuum, the main body. So that is a very high stress point in the design of the vacuum. Matter of fact, almost all the stress is going to be focused here and here. This one's a straight piece, so it's going to have far less of a problem. It doesn't thin out like this. Yeah, I agree. This should either be thicker and reinforced, or this should be metal. Now, another way to solve that would be to remove this as a stress point, meaning attach to the vacuum body here. Right now, when you grab that handle and move that handle around, this is being twisted. So that'll be, we'll see. But I got through 400 square feet of carpet before it broke. That's not good. Oh my God, there's a video on TikTok last night about it's a 1950s video talking about the future kitchen, and different kitchen gadgets. A pelican that holds a cigarette, and ventilated towel cabinets and stuff like that. And they had a paper towel holder that was a black grandma, and it says, add that nice southern appeal to your kitchen. God almighty. Oh, they're crazy. Yeah, this is the 358. It just surprises me that they allow all of the stress of that vacuum to funnel through that one connection. That seems like a very, very... I don't like that design. That means that has to be the strongest part on the vacuum. Now, the good news is it sucks like crazy. I vacuumed one room with the Dyson, and it did an okay job. And but then I vacuumed that same room after the Dyson with the Shark Navigator, and you could immediately hear the difference in how much crap the Navigator sucked up that the Dyson missed. And the Shark filled its chamber. It filled the dirt chamber. That's impressive. I mean, Dysons aren't the greatest vacuums in the world. I mean, my Sanitaire kicks a Dyson's ass. But they're not bad vacuums. G-Tech Air Ram. You mean the Bissell Air Ram? If you showed up to Edgewood, New Mexico, I could probably give you a printer. Really? That's a lot of land. Well, I'm assuming that UK land ownership is the same as US land ownership, in that he doesn't actually own it, and the Queen owns it, and he simply has fee simple title. What happened to Rick? He's fine. I had an Electrolux. We had a vacuum at RadioShack, the store vacuum that we use for the store, an Electrolux. I fixed that thing like 2 or 3 times. They kept destroying the cable. And when they closed my store, I bought that vacuum. That thing was just bulletproof. It just ran forever. Yeah, there you go. Cats are good. Ender's chilling on the perch, and Noel is probably inside of his box. I haven't seen him, so he's probably inside the box. Yeah, I thought I hurt Ender. Like, I probably did. I probably did hurt him. He was acting real weird for a few days. I checked his, you know, his urine and his stool. There's no blood, but we were cleaning out when we were cleaning up the house. Yep, I worked at RadioShack. When we were cleaning out the house, we were taking stuff out the front door, and he tried to bolt for the front door, and I ended up squishing him between the door and my leg to stop him from getting out. Shredded my ankle. He tried so hard to get out that door, he ripped my ankle apart. But I stopped him, and he ran and hid. But for the next week, he was, and he still is, acting a bit funny, but he's clearly getting better. But I think I may have hurt him. I think I may have squished him too hard. But I had to stop him getting out the door. I mean, we've just this week we've had 4 cats in the neighborhood found dead. House cats do not survive outdoors here. If they're raised as an outdoor cat, they might live a few years. But indoor cats, they don't live. They get hit by a car. They get eaten by a coyote. We have owls and predatory birds that take cats out. I mean, we have a lot of predators around here that eat cats. So if he gets outside, he's dead, I'm not giving out my phone number. But yeah, it took me a while to convince my manager to start letting me take stuff home. I would just pick something. I was like, okay, I want to take this home today, and he'd be like, okay, and I'd open it, use it. I'd use it for a few days, take it home, and I guess that's part of how I got into the reviewing thing. But the point is, by using this stuff, I could actually answer questions about it. I could actually talk about the stuff we were selling because I actually used most of the stuff we were selling. And also took them a while to get used to the fact that I would tell people to go to monoprice.com and buy cables. And then they'd come back and buy the cables from me anyway. Because they liked people who were honest and people who were helpful. And that does pay off. Well, back then it did. Today, probably wouldn't. Because I don't give out my phone number. I've had my phone number since 1994. I still have my Pennsylvania phone number here in New Mexico. So if that number were to get too public, I'd have to kill it. And I don't want to kill that number. Especially 15 years ago. 20, almost 20. Yeah, I think, 15 years ago, 2006, I think. But, RadioShack was nice, but they didn't cater to their niche and instead tried to, maybe they were a top-down problem. Maybe there was nothing they could do to fix it. And maybe the niche wasn't enough for them. Wow. I still remember the Q Cat. I still have some of those. The Q Cat could have been something good, but they had to lock it down and make it proprietary, and that killed it. QR codes quickly took off from there. People don't want proprietary lockdown bullshit. Pennsylvania 65000. I don't know what that is. Well, I heard you guys got better dollar stores, you know, Poundland and stuff like that. Much better products than we get at our dollar stores here. I've never heard of a meeting. Cool. Well, I doubt they tried to branch out into toys and then went under. They were probably on their way under, and they tried to branch out to stop from going under. I remember that 8675309 song. I had a whole bunch of trash 80s. I had color trash 80s. I had the full size, you know, all in ones with the screen and the floppy drives, trash 80s, the black and white ones. I had a few different variations of those. They all went to the landfill. Nobody wanted them. I had a Mattel Aquarius. I had a few versions of the trash 80s. I had um not Aztec. I had a few Ataris. I had a bunch of Commodores, 20s and 64s, 128s. Um, what was the what was that other competing company at the time? They made the higher end computers. Not Sinclair. I did have a Sinclair, a couple different Sinclairs, but no, not Amiga. Maybe it was Amiga. No, I never heard of Amstrad. I thought it began with an S. I'm not sure. I didn't have any early compacts. I had their PCs, you know, like, you know, 486s and stuff like that, but none of their early stuff. Hello, 3DP and P. Yeah, I tried to give them away because I figured somebody would collect them or museum them or something, but nobody wanted them. Hello, Ben. The fidget thing, yeah. Let's see. Downloads. Where is it? Why don't I see it? It says called Fidget Star. Oh, I grabbed just the. I didn't know about LGR at the time. Yeah, I'm new to LGR. So I downloaded just the STL without downloading the source. Hang on. Let me try to find it. Oh, that one is highlighted, so I probably was already there. Yep, that looks like it. Yeah, that should be it. To make an Apple One, really? That's kind of interesting if you're into that. Yeah, I had the Vic 20 with the cassette player and all that. You just got a message about reviewing that printer? What printer? Oh, the LK5 Pro? Yeah, it's their, I believe it's CR10 size, so this should be a 334. Oh, so they traded them in, so not too many exist. That makes sense. Let's start getting into this. I should have that, in theory, if it ships, I'll have a 9-inch resin printer in the next week or two. The, seed maker. Oh, wow. So very few. Hey, that's a new color. You don't normally see that in pink. Worst product name, why? Ah, come on. You call that a starter sample? Stop being cheap. Include a 200-gram roll. SD card. That is an end stop. That is an I don't know. Oh, that's another switch. That's a weird one. Longer is pretty good. So I've had pretty good results at longer in the past. I've never used this before. You know, we're gonna have to find out with me. But in the past, I've had good results with their printers. There is the, where am I at? Here we go. The gantry. I like the fact that I can take the glass bed off. We have parts in here. Ah, looks like this one has reinforcements built in. That's nice. And the lead screw. Nothing else in there. Yes, Longer sent this to me. I didn't have to pay anything on this. so I don't think so. That is the base, and of course it's attached. Power cord. That looks like an opening. And it is an opening. Spool holder. Framework screen. More parts. Anything else in here? I don't see anything. I will, of course, extract the styrofoam to give the kittens a box to play with. I like seeing that corner reinforcement. So take out the foam. And kittens get a new box. New box, baby. I do like seeing the corner reinforcements in there, because those are a good thing. We are not going to need the power cable since I already have one set up. Spool holder. Yeah, the full-on kits are usually junk, but that's because they're usually cheap. Ooh, shepherd's pie. Not as far as I'm aware. They do have a warning for setting the voltage. That's good. Ouch. They do tend to have good UI on their touchscreen. Looks like they have reinforcement. So the little triangle attachment to reinforce the shape of the printer. Yeah, I found an old, what was it, 200-year-old recipe from that guy on YouTube for beef stew that I'm going to have to try out. I love beef stew. Oh, this is going to be a joy unwrapping this. Are you kidding me? Jesus. Okay, got that. Yeah, he's let me get I should be able to bring it up. John Townsend, that's it. You got it. I watched his beef stew video yesterday, 1775 recipe. I love beef stew. You're right. It gets old if it's made right. I've tasted garbage beef stew, but it's pretty hard to screw up beef stew. That's probably exactly what happened. I love salad, but salad is so expensive. There's a produce co-op in Albuquerque. Where at? There's a co-op food market in Rio Grande. The Montanita Co-op. Looks like it's pretty far away, though. Actually, that's not that... That one there is not that bad. I should be able to make that. I don't know how I bumped into him, but there's this flamboyantly gay guy who owns a farm, and he was somebody tried to say something stupid to him, and he ridiculed them about the size of his tractor. It was hilarious. Oh my god! I was like, I don't know how I found you, but you're funny as shit. Let's see, search for Skarsgård Farms. Ah. Come on! Oh, a niche. See, the scepter already saved the day. Let's see here. I don't want you to open a new window. I just want you to go to the goddamn map link. That one's a little further. It might be doable. That's definitely not doable. Why is it taking me that way? I should be able to take Central. Let's force it. 28 miles. That should, in theory, be doable. Because I can go about 75. What? When I was scratching? Yeah, I can imagine what that looked like. Because the biggest problem I have with produce is that, number one, it's expensive. And number two, you can't stock up on it. So you can't make one trip and get a bunch of it because it goes bad. And it goes bad fast. And for some reason, the breads and produce goes bad faster here in New Mexico. I don't know why. I thought the drier environment would elongate its lifespan, but it somehow shortens it. Veg and fruit turns very fast. I don't know a whole lot about the Cheeto Box Pro. If they're trying to force people into buying it, that's bullshit. And I hope the community finds an alternative for them very rapidly. I don't care about the pricing. I don't like being locked into one piece of software, pay or otherwise. Do you want your software pirated? That's how you get your software pirated. I don't rent software, so that's an instant no-go for me. Instant dead stop. I don't rent software. If I can't buy it, I'm not interested. Yeah, it really sucks when you wrap stuff like this. It's a real pain in the butt to unwrap. If I can't own the software, I have no interest in it. I will not be a renter. You bastard. I didn't quite unwrap it enough. There it goes. Nothing useful there. Not much in the way of instructions, but then again, it shouldn't need that much. Yeah, but the problem is, that's not how it works, Michael. That's never how it works, or at least very rarely. Usually, when you have a subscription-based model, you rig it so that you require the updates because you want people to continue paying the subscription. So you intentionally break access in the future. So, oh, you got a new printer. Well, that requires this new version, which isn't part of the version you already have, and now you have to pay again. So not all of them are like that, but a lot of them tend toward that. So that's why I discourage subscription-based models, because it encourages that kind of behavior. That's why I still use Photoshop 7. Now, I've used software that has that kind of a process. So, for example, Extreme Thumbnail Generator. It's a program I use to automate the process of converting my pictures that I take at a rocket launch into a usable HTML format. What used to take me, hours each night in a hotel room to do, this software does in minutes. And so their model is when you buy it, you get free updates for a certain amount of time, and then after that, you're at your max version, and you'd have to pay again for the new version. Now, I'm okay with that because my version never stops working. My version does what it did on day one the way it was supposed to. However, if my version didn't work on a newer computer for no other reason than it was an excuse for them to prevent me from using my old version, I'd be pissed. Like what Microsoft's doing with Windows. You see, that's fine as long as there's no shenanigans to force you to upgrade. So, for example, my issue is could Chi2Box arrange it with printer manufacturers so that the new printer you buy doesn't work with the older version of the software you have? Meaning you have to buy the new version in order to work with your printer. That would piss me off. You know, the way Extreme Thumbnail Generator works perfectly. I haven't updated my software because I don't need to. You know, could I use a new version? Maybe, but the version I have works perfectly fine. They have not crippled it. They haven't done anything weird to it. So to me, that's legitimate. I have no problem with that. See, that's dangerous. That's, you got a company changing over to a paid subscription model and they make the boards for the printers. That's dangerous as hell. Thingiverse. Oh, jeez. Marvin. Hello, WFO Rider. Paste that one. Beer crate battery holder. Nice. Let me close out. Oh, let me save that. Let me bookmark this. Let's check out these harvest boxes. See, to me, that's an extreme conflict of interest. Yeah, they're not cheap. I saw a little bit about it, didn't watch too much about it. Yeah, that harvest box does not look very affordable. In fact, it looks downright expensive. Roma tomatoes for $2.95 a pound. Ouch. Potatoes, $5 for 3 pounds. That's expensive. Onions, $2 for a pound. That's expensive. I usually get 3 pounds for $1. Yeah, these prices are not affordable. I'll still check them out. But that looks very expensive. I I grabbed a strawberry plant from the grocery store and I murdered it. It's dead. I was like, what else can I do? I watered it every day. You kind of have to. Yeah, Roma tomatoes are usually about $1 a pound. I watered it every day. You kind of have to water things like that every day here because they dry out so quickly. I use bottled water. I thought of that. So I was like, okay, I'm going to try my first plant. I'm going to use bottled water. It's dead. No, that's what I mean. I use bottled water because I wasn't sure what the hard water would do to it. But yeah, it's dead. It was nice and live when it started. Now it's dead. Let's see. So install the X onto the gantry. Z-axis coupler. See, longer, you got to work on these directions. Well, I tried using one of those glass balls to help water it, and it wasn't enough. You could tell it was drying out. So I started doing it myself. I have a gallon jug, and it would take me 3 or 4 days to use that gallon jug. And but I don't know. I don't think I was using too much water. I'm thinking maybe I didn't water it enough. Maybe I need to water it twice a day. I don't know. See, how do you tell? Like one clear sign you're watering too much is mold, but there was no mold. Every time I watered it, the soil was dry. I would stick my finger in the soil and it was dry, so I would add water. How do you tell if you water it too much? Because I would love to grow shit here. I know I need shade. I know if I decide to plant a garden that I need to put up a shade sail to block sunlight because the sunlight here is too strong. It will murder plants. Like I can't even have grass because unless it's continuously wet, the sunlight just burns it. It kills it. So I know I'll probably need to put up like one of those, 50% shade sail things, the black polyethylene fabric stuff that blocks partial sunlight to give you a little shade. I know I need to put up one of those, I think. I hope. I don't know. Let's see. What's upside down? Okay. I did finally get I got it off the that review site. I got one of those water distribution kits. It's got drippers and sprayers and all the hosing so you can automate it. I didn't use my dirt. I used the dirt the plant came with. And it looked like decent potting soil. I bought the plant from the grocery store and it lasted about 1 week. I even kept it at the edge of the carport so that it wouldn't get hardcore blasted by sunlight. It would have a little bit of shade part of the day. In a week? Yeah, because I know we have a very limited grow season. Support struts. Okay. That is the bearing block holder. Not much to it. In a week? 1 week. I can see a couple months later having to add fertilizer, but a week? Oh, maybe 2 weeks. Okay, so spine, spool holder, green. Well, I wouldn't plant it outside. I would use anything I plant will be with above ground planters, you know, raised plant beds. Since I don't really have soil here, it's basically a little bit of dirt sitting on top of bedrock. This came in a pretty big pot. It was a small plant in a big pot. It's one of the reasons I picked it. Because it seemed like it was pretty well set up. That's interesting how they're using 8 wires for the heat bed. You guys see that? So 4 negs and 4 positives. I'm not a fan of them using all red. But that's an interesting way of distributing the power load. I do like that it comes straight out the back. Right there. So that's not going to get jammed up on anything. I do like that. Yeah, that's nice. I like that setup. Well, this is kind of the strain relief. That should maybe work. We'll see. What's this for? Oh, power supply mount. Okay. And we're going to set the voltage to 115. Soldering something like this isn't too bad. What you do is you flip it over and you put a clothing iron. You take a clothes iron and you set it on here, you know, upside down, and you let the clothes iron heat up the aluminum, and then you hit it with a 60-watt soldering iron, and it's usually not too bad a deal. Well, in theory, more wires to fail, but also in theory, if 1 or 2 wires fail, you're going to have a cascade failure, because as each wire fails, you have more and more amps trying to push through fewer and fewer wires. That's why I'm not a big fan of high power items being multi-threaded like this. If you're going to have multiple wires, make sure each individual wire is capable of powering the device by itself. So, for example, if they had 3 wires and any one could handle the full power load, I'd be okay with that. But I'm guessing one of these wires is not going to handle this power load. I'm guessing they actually need all of them to handle it. And I would also guess it's 3 wires for the bed. Yes, because 2 of them are thermistor. So those 2 right there are going to be your thermistor. And then these 2 groups of 3 right here and 3 right here are going to be your heat. It doesn't matter if you have a clothes iron. You go to a local thrift store and get one for $3. So just like you probably didn't have a soldering iron at some point, you had to go buy a soldering iron. Well, now that you're going to start messing with this kind of stuff, you go buy a clothes iron. I mean, you could buy them brand new for $10. Check out this deal, WFO Rider. What deal is that? I'm guessing that is Z-Stepper. Yes. LCD control screen. Z end stop. Okay. These are already plugged in. I think you attempted to post a link, and that link did not post. So we do not see your link, WFO Rider. Hey, that frame feels solid. I'm trying to bend it, and it does not bend, so they did a good job on that. It's a pretty open frame setup, but it's stiff as hell, so no problem there. I do like that this is well wrapped. That's nicely done. Okay. I like that the filament sensor is part of the feeder, so there's no gap there. Yeah, that's way too tight. You could feel the dip, dip, dip as that moves. Way, way, way too tight. That is just loose. Still a tiny bit loose. Just tight enough. Remember, if you roll your axis back and forth, and you can feel it going dip, 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 that means you're too tight. No doubt. Because you're crushing the bearing, and you're hitting a flat spot. So what you do is you loosen the eccentric nut until this wiggles. And then after this, how did you send it? Twitter, Facebook? DM, I assume that's Twitter. Yes, got it. Nice. Okay. So are these prices 50% or are these prices before the 50%? Let's find out. Because 13 bucks for TPU would be amazing. And it is very nice. So here is that link. That every one of those is half off after you put it in the cart. So, for example, you can get TPU for $13. In fact, I think I'm going to order a couple rolls of TPU. How much gift card balance do I have? I should have enough for 2. Looks like you get 1 discount. So the discount is good for 1 roll. If you add 2, you do not get a discount on the second roll. So make sure you pick the one you want. I'm going to grab the clear blue TPU for 13 bucks. But no, you don't understand that forms because it's too tight. That flat spot happens because it's too tight. Thank you for that, W4 Rider. So you need, no matter what, you need to loosen it. Now you may need to adjust it again as that flat spot goes away. So you may need to tweak it again. Is that another one? Any cubic for 40% off. Nice. There is the any cubic filament for 40%. That purple looks pretty nice. Well, it's not there now. No dip. nice and smooth. But that's why I tell people, that's why I say to loosen this until this wobbles. Make this wobble. You'll feel it. You'll be able to grab this and it'll jiggle around. Then slowly tighten it until the jiggle goes away. This way, if there is still that flat spot issue, that'll take care of that. I've never been a fan of their using an axial fan for the hot end cooling. I've never been a huge fan of that. We'll see how well that works. They do have a sock on here. They're using a... Well, that's an interesting hot end. Oh, no, it's the same as the Creality hot end. It's just blue. It looks smaller. But no, it looks okay. It uses the fathead nozzles. So there's their hot end in there. Okay. We are not twisted. So now we install this. Now, the only bad thing about this setup is that you can't battery's in the way. You can't let it come off the edge of the table because the feet will just fall off the edge of the table. I doubt it has. It'll actually probably increase noise. Hey, that's not bad. That's not a horrible way of doing it. It's not perfect, but it's not horrible. So the way they do this here is that you want a captured but not restrained lead screw. And so they've simulated what I had Creality do with their lead screw. So this can move. So it has a little wiggle room. It doesn't have any side to side. Well, it has a tiny bit of side to side wiggle room. But that means the lead screw is captured but not restrained. It can move a little bit, but it's not super free. It catches. I'm guessing that's a flanged bearing. In theory, that kind of fan will actually increase noise because it's not made to blow through a constricted space like that. I don't know. That's a guess on my part. I'm not sure. As long as it provides enough cooling, I'm okay with it. But I question whether that'll provide enough cooling. We have our tools. We have some zips for wire management. M520s. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 6 of them. Oh, crap. Seriously? Now an entire goddamn bag of screws disappeared? Are you serious? The whole bag vanished? The whole bag. There it is. It's on its side. So I had an edge view. I got to replace the wheels in this chair because the wheels are garbage. Okay, M416s, M48s, M56. That's for the screen, most likely. Spare part. This is probably the ZN switch. I did. I got a set of those. I refuse to buy them. Okay, here's the thing. I have an allergy to buying anything on Amazon anymore. Ooh. What? If you're hearing a fan, that's the laptop. What is that? Action Johnson. Do a search. Is that Reddit? No, I already got a set. The I am on a review site. So, for example, first things first, I am in an official review program with Amazon. I can't name the name of it. If you know the name of it, do not type the name of it. If you know what I'm talking about, if you know what I'm talking about. Because we're not supposed to talk about it. So, I cannot do any kind of shady review thing. You know, where you buy it and then they refund it. I can't do that. Because that'll risk my access to this program. So I get a lot of really nice stuff from this program, such as, you know, this $4,000 Sony OLED TV that I got for free. And my sister has a $2,800 Sony OLED TV in her bedroom. So I am not going to risk access to that program by doing any sort of shady reviews on Amazon. No, 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 no. I just scored one of these, one of those little mini PCs. This week I got this. That's my carbon. But I just got this. It's a Acer mid-grade. It's a Ryzen 7 with a GeForce RTX video, 16 gig of RAM. You know, it's a nice little laptop. It's a $1,000 laptop. Yes, don't type the name of the program, please. We're not supposed to discuss it, so avoid using the name that he just used, please. Amazon is pretty vigilant about that kind of stuff. So I get some nice stuff from this program. Sadly, I can't sell it, so I can't monetize it that easily. You don't. They invite you. You don't get into it unless they invite you. You can't be invited. You can't be on a waiting list. You can't apply. It's totally random. But if I were to do, well, one of the problems that we have is that stop typing the name of the program. I could get in trouble. They could boot me from the program. So, you know, just say the review program. Okay, say the review program. That's it. Just say the review program. That's how I got this vacuum. This came off that program. But that's why I gave my buddy David an air fryer. You can't refer anybody. There's no way to get into or be invited into the program. It's not how it works. It's completely random. Amazon invites you. That's it. There's no other way in. So, I have an allergy to ordering anything on Amazon because when I order something on Amazon, it invariably shows up in the program a week later. Hey, James White. But, for example, I finally broke down and paid the $90 for a third party for Bay. I got an email one day that said, hey, would you like to join this program? I said yes. I thought it was a scam at first. Just a random email showed up from Amazon and says, hey, would you like to join this program? That's it. So I ordered a 4-bay DeWalt battery charger. And a handy deal. Yeah, he was in my shop. And I swear to God, I'm not kidding. I ordered this 4-bay DeWalt battery charger. I now have 4. Because over the next 3 weeks, 3 of them showed up in the review program. It's like, what the hell? So I do everything I can to avoid ordering something because I know it's going to show up right after I order it. So I needed the wheels for this chair. And I was like, I'm not going to order it. I'm not going to order it. Sure enough, 2 or 3 weeks later, the wheels show up when I get them. But, yeah, that's part of why I have... Yeah, Action Jackson, I'm not going to approve that message just because you typed in the word. Oh, and somebody approved it! Stop saying the name of the program. It would really piss me off if I lost access to that program. That's how I got my evil villain scepter. This was on that program. That's how I got all these headsets, and these are great, by the way. The Jabras, really freaking good. Actually, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you buy stuff or review stuff from Amazon. We've had people like me who have hundreds of reviews get invited, and we've had people who have 0 reviews get invited. Like, they've never reviewed anything on Amazon, and they got invited. It's just random. Oh, the Vine video. That's right. There was a little social media app called Vine. What was it? 3 seconds, 6 seconds? You could post a short little video, like really, really short. Yeah, that one. 15-second videos? Yeah, it was really short. I remember that. Hey, don't you mess with me. And that's going to force it to tip over. Of course it is. Oh, for Christ's sake, would you stop it? Okay. Yeah, I posted TikTok. Mostly ranting, though. I reply to other people when they say stupid things. What is the size of a screw? Okay, looks like it's the M416s. Are you serious? My luck, it would have whacked my screen. And that would have pissed me off. I'm not allowed to give it away. I can't sell it. I can't give it away. No, it has to be the M520s. There's no way it's M416s. It actually does not tell you. Oh, no, because we haven't installed it yet. That's why. Yeah, M520. Okay. But yeah, it's very addictive. When I say I get a lot of shit on that program, I mean I get a lot of shit on that program. Jesus. I take trailer loads of boxes to the dump. Trailer loads. Snug, but not super tight. You know, it's really goddamn annoying when the goddamn gantry won't stay the hell up. Now what are you going to do? Are you doing that on purpose, Action Jackson Johnson? Don't do that. You don't have to do something like that to him. No, don't pan him or anything like that. He's already gone for 5 minutes. I didn't mean for you to do that. But I do really wish people would stop mentioning it. Because they do look out for this kind of stuff. Feet program. I tried to get a hold of you, welfare god, because I had access to some of those silicone feet things, and you never replied, so you lost out on the deal. They were like $130. I tried to let you know, but you weren't around. Yeah, I could have got you a pair of silicone feet, but you never replied. Let's see. So the 4x8s attach to that. And the... what attaches the top bracket? Okay, so the stepper motor attaches with 4/16s. It's kind of a dicey issue. Legally, 6 months. Practically, never. So you got to be careful. Because remember, they could remove you for any reason whatsoever. Now, because they transfer full legal ownership to you in order to avoid the tax situation on their end, they don't have a choice but to allow you to sell. But if you make a habit of it, they can just boot you for another reason. So you kind of got to be careful. I gave my buddy David one of the air fryers I had because I have 6 of them. So I gave him one of the early air fryers I got. So I was like, "You got an air fryer?" He's like, "No." I was like, "You do now." Well, if you're blatant about it, if you're blatant and obvious about it, they'll know. So don't be blatant and obvious. Okay, so it's going to be either M4 or M5. So whichever one fits is the right one. That looks like an M4 hole to me. M416. Yes, I use my air fryer almost every day. It is a fantastic way of cooking things. I also got this interesting little thing. So you see that thing on the kitchen table there? Both ends of that open, and there's a conveyor belt inside. So it's an oven with a conveyor belt. It's pretty cool. Air frying? Yes. Oh, it's way better. For certain things, it's way better. If you like crispy. And I see, I like crispy. So, actually, one of my favorite things to cook in the air fryer is chicken nuggets. You know, the frozen chicken nuggets you buy from Walmart. You buy a big bag of frozen chicken nuggets. It's wonderful. You put them in the air fryer for 9 to 12 minutes, depending on which air fryer and how many. And I've seen those on there as well, silicone breasts. The little add-on ones that you put underneath, I guess, whatever you're wearing. Yeah, I've seen that show up on there. Okay. When I cook my brats, I gotta cook them for 30 minutes. So once they're thawed, I do 15 minutes on one side and 15 minutes on the other side. But see, I like them well done. So that might be because of the way I like them. Oh, pre-cooked. Okay, that makes sense. Mine aren't. Mine are raw. Huh. Yes, they do actually check up. They actually monitor members of the program, and people have been caught and purged. Especially lately. That's one of the reasons I cannot review anything not from the program. So if I buy something on Amazon, I can't review it. Well, technically I can review it, but I don't. Because plausible deniability. Amazon will go through and purge reviewers who they think are conducting shady reviews, you know, being part of a paid review program, for example. And I don't do that, but Amazon doesn't know that. Their algorithm doesn't know that. And so what happens is your account gets purged, all your reviews get deleted, and you are not allowed to leave reviews anymore. Well, you can see a problem with that. The program I'm in requires me to leave reviews. So if I can't leave reviews, I can't be in the program. So my account's been purged twice in the last year, or 3 times. 2 or 3 times in the last year, my account's been purged. And, you know, I have to, you know, spend a few days replying until a person reads the message. And I tell them, I'm like, look, check my reviews. I only review things I get from the official program. And then they reinstate my account and restore all my reviews. That's how I'm a top 500 reviewer, because I review a lot. I also tend to do a pretty good job. I do videos and pictures of pretty much everything. And the other problem is that a lot of the stuff, okay, there's 2 kinds of things. There's things that I'm not going to sell because I want them. Like, for example, I could sell this TV. I'm not going to because I really like this TV. And then there's things that aren't worth selling. So, for example, here we go. A pair of LG Tone earbuds. Okay, I can sell these now if I want to because it's beyond 6 months. The problem is, what am I going to get for them? $15? I mean, what are you going to get for, you know, I think the new price was $80. What are you going to get for, you know, 7-month-old used hardware without a warranty? $15? Maybe 20? Is it even worth the effort to sell them? You know, a lot of people don't realize that the used value of a lot of this stuff drops dramatically. Think yard sale price. Unless you have a very high demand item, that's what you're going to get. You're going to get yard sale price. Yeah, exactly. Well, you can buy replacement ear things. But yeah, that's a big thing too. A lot of people don't want used earbuds. So it creates that conundrum of, sure, I can technically sell it, but it's not worth anything. So the way they crack down on it is they crack down on people who are basically submitting bullshit reviews and they don't even open the product so they can keep it new in box and they sell it. So they're picking stuff for the express purpose of selling it. So that person would get that Acer laptop and not even open the box. They would find some pictures and post them and just leave a BS review that sounds good, and then they just resell it. And obviously, Amazon has a vested interest in not allowing that, because then people don't trust the reviews. So, you know, I take the job seriously. That is the LCD screen, which is going to go up here. Yeah, dumbass, of course. You move the bed. But, so yeah, it's a catch-22. You got to be careful, though, because I don't want to lose access to the program. I get too much good stuff. You know, I've gotten, I mean, everything, you name it, I get it. It's incredible how much stuff you have access to. I have 2 ice makers, which is wonderful because I can't use a conventional ice maker because I have such hard water. So I buy, you know, bottled water and I put that in the ice maker and it works great. We have ice. Yeah, I'm blown away by the kind of computer hardware you can get for next to nothing now. Very affordable. Yeah, I wish. Oh my God, there are certain things that I would kill for if they became available. Oh my God, like a riding electric lawnmower. Oh, that'd be amazing. But that kind of stuff, like this TV, I got this TV blind. Like, I didn't even read the description. As soon as I saw Sony OLED, I clicked the button as fast as I could, because it's the kind of thing that lasts for seconds. Like, literally seconds. Well, see, I don't want it for cutting grass. Actually, I do have grass now, but only because we're getting so much rain. Once the rain stops, the grass will die. But the what I want to I have a riding mower, but only because well, first of all, I have this really tall scrub-like stuff that grows in the yard, and the little lawnmower just can't handle it. But the riding lawnmower just chews it up like it doesn't exist, and I have to cut it because it actually grows into my driveway. Like, it comes up and then it starts spreading out, and it actually protrudes into the driveway. So I can't just ignore it. I have to cut it because it'll scratch the living shit out of your car. And but what I use it for as a tractor. I use it. I put a ball hitch on the back of it, and I use it to haul the trailer around the yard. Like, I got that little robot thing for the electric mobility scooter chair. That's what I would use an electric riding lawnmower for. It would be because I could plug it into a solar panel. It would be solar charged. It wouldn't cost me any power. I wouldn't have to buy any fuel. Wouldn't have to buy any oil. But for just hauling stuff around the yard, I sure as hell can't justify buying one. Not to speak of, I can't afford one. I mean, they cost as much as a car. I mean, what do they cost? Yeah, the Ryobi 48-volt riding mower is $3,000. I could buy a car for $3,000. So I sure as hell I'm never going to go buy one. But if they offered one, I would not say no. Yeah, I would say yes very quickly. I mean, well, same thing with this TV. This is you go to bestbuy.com right now and type in Sony A90J. You better not be messing with crap. I'll kick your butt, cat. Hey, the price actually went down. $3,799. Okay? I will never, ever buy one of these. Never. It's 50% of my yearly income. Okay? Oh, look at this. Look at the 83-inch. Oh, my God. 83 inches. $8,000. Someone actually got an 85-inch. It wasn't the OLED. It was the LCD. But still, freaking 85-inch TV. Okay, I will never buy one of these. Never. Never. I could never afford it. Oh, you should see my sister. She got the A. Talk about stupid lucky. One of the portions is a portion that only you see. It's called RFY, recommended for you. So you actually have a little bit more time to grab stuff from there. Hell yeah, 90-inch 1080p. All over that. That price actually went down $500 on sale. So the normal price is $2,800. It's currently on sale for $23,000. But my sister has this in her bedroom. I mean, how else would I ever get her something like this? I couldn't. I could never afford it. I never. From now to the day I die, I will never have enough money to be able to say, I want to go buy one of these. It's just never going to happen. And, so, I mean, so I was able to get it for her. It takes up her entire wall. The wall where her door is to go into the room It takes up the whole wall. She loves it. She hooks her Nintendo Switch up to it. So, you know, it's wonderful. I mean, it's not. I mean, I got Hunter ceiling fans for the whole house for that program. I got more. I got the $700 coffee machine from Philips. I would never buy that. I don't drink coffee. Now I do. No, they never came through. That fell through, sadly. Yeah, what are you going to do? We are putting the lead screw in. That does wiggle pretty good. I do like it. It doesn't have any side-to-side wiggle, but that's okay. And this lead screw is pretty straight, too. I don't like the coupler very much. I prefer the new clamp-style couplers. And it's pretty straight. Yeah, it lines up nicely. Okay. Let's make sure they are tight. Yes, yes. And now we are in like Flynn. Okay, now that will stay up on its own. Let's get the second one tight. Important thing to remember is when you tighten the grub screws, don't use that end, the ball joint, to tighten. Switch to the other end to tighten. It's a much tighter fit. Less chance of stripping it. All right, that's done. Oh, that's interesting. They have a little sticker on here showing you where to put the end stop. I've never had the ball end snap off. Holy shit. That would suck. I'm going to guess this one. Yes, I guessed right. I'm guessing line that up at the bottom there. And that did not engage. Why isn't that engaging? There we go. Now it's engaging. It's stabilized, but it hasn't improved. I'm still averaging between 200 and 300 a month. While pre-pandemic, like literally February pre-pandemic, I was doing 800-900 a month. So it's a big adjustment. Everything else has stayed the same. YouTube income stayed the same. Patreon income has stayed relatively steady. But that's just Amazon, yes. I basically make nothing from the other affiliate links. You know, a couple $100 a year total, everything. You know, if I take Banggood and eBay and hey, Lightspeed. If I take all of them combined, it comes out to maybe $200 a year. So everything's Amazon anymore. So I'm here. That's it, right there. Okay. Let's connect all this up. Let me move that out of your way. Put that there. This way you can see the other side at the same time that I do this side. There. Nice. I know I can, and I'll start improving it. You know, I've been messing up pretty bad for the last year. And it's no one's fault but my own. Extruder will go there. And this one will go in here. New Mexico's doing good. Unusually wet these past few weeks. We actually do need the rain. Okay. That should be finished with that. I'm guessing M56 for the LCD screen. Yep. I've got to get out of my motivational funk and start making... Wow. I got bent a little bit. Making regular videos, print videos and stuff like that. I've been really screwing up with that lately. And that's 100% my fault. Oh, shit. Maybe I can do that while it's there. I'm guessing M48 is the bracing. Well, if you're not honest with yourself, you don't got a chance. So, yes, M48. Does it go on the inside or the outside? Are you kidding me? You can't actually tell? Looks like inside. Yeah, these are not the greatest directions because all of these are too dark. So you can't actually see what they're showing you. Like, I'm guessing, based on what I'm seeing and how it fits on here. Oh, that actually does show pretty good right there. But look at the difference. Is the support rod on the inside or the outside of the bracket? You can't tell by these pictures. Your best example is actually this line drawing, which shows the support rods on the inside. So the black is bad, especially when you're printing low resolution like that. You can't tell what you're looking at. I'm totally okay with cardboard filament spools. No problem for me on that regard. As long as they hold up. If they don't hold up, you're wasting your time. There we go. And does this fit? Kind of. So yeah, cardboard's fine with me as long as it's resilient. There we go. See you later, tripod. I really do like when they add these bracings. It really stiffens things up nicely. Yeah, that is hell. Having to respool filament. No thanks. Not fun. Not tall enough. Almost. Got it. There. That belt is way too loose. Spent. Proto pasta is expensive as hell, but damn it, do they make good filament. I cannot complain about the quality of their filament. Okay. We're going to try to unbend this. Like that. There. Okay, those are empty, those are empty, those are empty. We still have 2 of those. I'm guessing spool holder. We did not check the rest of these. Make sure they're tight. They are pretty tight. Can I get to the center too? Oh, that's too tight. We have to adjust those. Okay. No, I want the underneath. I don't want the bed being grabbed. No, I have not printed that Aztec death whistle yet. I really need to print one of those. Well, I don't need to, but I should. Okay, they're all tight. They were actually all reasonably tight. We do need to loosen up the bed eccentrics a little bit, though. They are just a wee bit too tight. That one's too loose. Hey, JC. There we go. That one needs to be tightened up just a smidge. There we go. There we go. Isn't that nice? I love their program. This is from How Ridiculous. It's a YouTube channel called How Ridiculous. This is Rexy. Okay, spool holder. Ah, there it goes. These are the only 2 left. And that is the right size. Awfully big screws for that. Oh, angled spool holder. That's not something you see every day. Yeah, I did just get some from that review program. I got some dye sublimation ink and some dye sublimation paper for my printer. And then I have the t-shirt heat press set. So in theory, I should be able to do something like that. This is a 334. So 300 by 300 by 400. That one is wrong. That's why it stuck out so much. Okay. I was wondering why I had to extend those clamps so far. And that's because that bracket is bent. Good thing I saw that. Probably wouldn't have changed anything, but I'd like to fix it anyway. Are these loose, or are they just bent? Because this looks straight up bent. Yeah, that's straight up bent. That is a poorly made bracket. Meaning it's not going to do a very good job at keeping this straight. Because if I can bend it, so can the printer. You mean you made a mount to mount it to the vacuum? Well, I have the capability of doing it. Theoretically. And it'd be fun to play with. Something I would like to toy around with. That's one of those why not kind of things. Okay. Printer is on. UI still looks good. End of it's a little brittle. So we'll keep breaking it off until it stops breaking. There we go. Okay. I don't know yet. That still feels a little grabby. I might have to keep an eye on that. Diversify. I wonder how many people try to print on top of that. Let us see what is on the built-in SD card. Don't need that. Where is my SD card reader? I don't want to use that garbage one they include. I guess I don't have a choice. Okay. Okay. Well, it works. Let's close out these extra windows. What do we have on here? We have a boat, cube, feng shui, vase, and whistle. Let me switch you guys over to here. There we go. Waiting for Simplify 3D. Come on. Did I forget to click it? There it goes. Let's see. We got, it's probably a benchy. Yep, that's a benchy. And we have a cube. We'll do the cube first. It'll be nice and fast. That's a feng shui. Oh, that's the fan. The fan shroud. Oh, that's an interesting print orientation, and it works. Okay. Nice. Well, that's kind of cool. Okay. And a whistle. Hello, Timothy from Roswell. Oh, I think we'll print the whistle. Does it have the warbler inside? Yes, it does. You do is you print it, and then you break that warbler inside. You stick something in there and break that warbler free, and you get that warbling multi-tone whistle. I think we'll print that. Okay. Where is the SD card? Probably on the side. Yep. Upside down? Yep, it's always upside down. Okay. That's going to move. And home. We're under tune. Nope. Utilities. Leveling. That one works. It's quiet. Power supply fan's a bit noisy. Actually, That's the main body fan. That's a bit noisy. And they are using proper springs. They're using the good yellow springs, which is what they should be using. They need to come down quite a bit. The one called Whistle. Hey, I think we actually were within spec. Looks good. I just have no need to upgrade. That looks good. Yeah, I like the fact that they put the name on there. It's cool. That looks good. This could come down a hair. Here we go. We're pretty close. Feed rate, flow rate, fan speed, nice. I can control all that good. Let's heat it up. Oh, and my computer is not happy. I think we'll put this back over here. Yeah, they're still good. They're still identical. There's really not that much of a difference. Not nearly as much of a difference as people might think. Michelangelo still prints like an Ender 2. Michelangelo is a fantastic printer. You know, pay 20 bucks to add that little heat pad underneath of it, and you've got a perfectly good printer. It's because the tablet doesn't run OBS, and I haven't figured out how to bring a indirect screen into OBS. So how do I load a secondary, not on the computer running OBS screen in OBS? So when I switch over to this to show you guys what's happening on the PC, I don't know how to do that with a non-connected screen. So, home. Now, how do we print? Here we go, print. Files. Whistle. Open. Yes. Probably, I just haven't figured it out yet. The UI, yeah. So that's just this. How do I show that to you guys? I'm going to show it to you there. Here we go. It's going to create a mirror effect, infinity effect, because you're seeing it inside of itself. But this is OBS. And this is how I switch between the views. So that camera or that camera. It's definitely running silent steppers. And we just extruded a whole bunch of illy-gilly plastic. Uh-oh. Why is it printing so high? It should not be doing that. Let's try cancel. Maybe I interfered with the end stop switch. Elgato? What's an Elgato? It's a oozy hot end. That's more like it. Okay, so that's in its G code as printing that high for some reason. So we're just going to manually force it to go lower. I think my bed leveling is okay, and I think their G code is just a little weird. Let me get you guys down here. Mm-hmm. There we go. Yeah, that would be nice, Rick. There Can I get down a little lower here? There we go. There we go. That's a little better. I just grabbed the lead screw and turned it. I think it's their G code because it homed to the correct point, but then it lifted up and didn't come back down. So I suspect that's something to do with their G code. So I'm not going to mess with bed leveling until I print my own G code. Your own hands have more than enough torque to overpower the stepper motors. So I just forced the stepper motor to go down. I'm not sure. They're using a raft, and raft settings can be a little weird. So before I go mucking with my bed leveling, I'm going to print my own G code first. I wonder, is there a 3D model of the scepter the bad guy in the last Starfighter used? Remember the bad guy in the last Starfighter? I forget what his name is. Zoran or something like that. Jure. His name is Jure. Oh my god, somebody actually made it. Oh, yeah. Someone actually made it. You bet your ass I'm downloading that. And why isn't that downloading? Are you serious? The browser crashed? Yeah. Firefox crashed. What else is new? There we go. Got it. Yeah, definitely have to print that. And nobody has printed it yet? Wow, that actually looks pretty good. That's actually not bad. Well, longer 3D, that might be your first print job. Yeah, you see how it's grinding the like that's never going to come off that raft. And I shouldn't have forced it lower. It probably would have printed just fine. So basically, it's been keeping the nozzle at the same height the entire time. And sometimes it does that for a raft. And so that even if your bed level is completely foobarred, it'll still print. But because I forced it lower, that first layer is now a permanent part of that raft. That's never coming off. Did I just stuff the nozzle? Nope, it looks okay. Can I even adjust that? No, I can't. Now you can see all the plastic coming out now because it lifted up a little bit. Yeah, that I should have left it alone. It would have printed just fine. So my bad. No, that is Zhor's scepter from The Last Starfighter. There's a movie called The Last Starfighter, and the bad guy had a scepter. That's his scepter. No good deals lately. My favorite is still this one. From these guys. Who are they? Go Labs. They're still my favorite. Because it has an actual 12-volt port. It's got the AC port. It's got DC out, DC in, but also USB-C PD 60-watt in. So, for example, I could plug USB 60-watt into here and plug in that freezer, and it is able to charge this and keep the freezer running, which is real nice. You can get those all over the place on Amazon, and they're not that expensive. Like here's an 8 amp hour right here. Just, Now the C rating is not that great on these, so it's usually 1C. So this is what 90? It's about 100 watts. It can put out about 100 watts. Here's a bigger one. So this one is that's a 12 amp hour. So 12 amp hour is about that big. If you need more of a C rating, instead of a 12 amp hour, get like 2 8 amp hours. This way you can double your C rating. Just depends on how much power you need. I wonder why it's maxing the CPU out. I'm not doing anything. I gotta take this apart and clean it out. I'm betting there's all kinds of fuzz, cat fur in the cooling fan. It's over extruding a lot. We're gonna turn down the flow rate. I don't like turning. Wait. Nozzle flow rate. There we go. Oh Jesus. Oh, here we go. But it's over extruding big time. Problem is turning down the flow rate in the UI usually gives you weird results. No, this is Windows 7 and all Windows updates are eviscerated, turned off. I think it's on the CPU throttling because the cooling fan isn't able to cool it properly, and probably because it's filled with cat fur. So I gotta take it apart and clean it. Yeah, very expensive. You can get these for $200 or $300. Why the hell is it printing so many solid layers? And it's still over extruding. Am I blocking the input fan? Nope. That probably didn't help. Oh, let me increase priority. That might help a little bit. A whistle. We are printing a whistle. I still think it's over extruding. Looks a little better. It's a polyhedron, so it's not a ball. Yeah, it is going pretty quick. Not bad though. I mean, I'm okay with this speed. I don't know. This came on the SD card. I imagine this whistle's on Thingiverse as well, but this is a customized version of it with their name on it. I don't want to load Thingiverse. I'm running at 86% CPU, but we're steady, so I want to leave it alone. Wait a minute, I can do that on this one. Duh. Idiot. Not you, me. Come here. Let's grab my mouse. Is that what it is? 1046. You can see it's having an issue with cooling on there. You can see that one corner, what it's printing right now, is not being frozen properly. I could try. We could probably get away with 190. Yeah, it's curling because it's too hot. It's not being frozen by the cooling fan properly. Cooling fan is running. It's not running 100%. So we'll crank it up to 100%. Yeah, that looks like it's it to me. So thing 10, yes, PLA. It's insufficient cooling. It was only running at 216, so I just ran up to 255. Yeah, it's starting to hold down better now. Ran the fan up to 100%, and I lowered the temperature to 190. Yep, it's good now. Whew. There's a Kohler kitchen sink faucet available. Very expensive. $422 faucet. Wow. Thing 1179160. Yeah, the V29. You got to tweak your settings to get it to print right, but yeah, it's a nice whistle. Usually pretty reliable. Ooh, that's an expensive faucet. Yeah, you print them right, they are pretty loud. Yeah, it's pretty much better now at 90% and full speed. It's doing that dumb Cura thing where it prints the infill first. Yeah, makes a big difference. That warbler makes a big difference. Let's try cherry. I keep a styrofoam cup on hand because it lets you get rid of some of the carbonation, and keeps it cold. Because many a times they're way too carbonated. I don't know. Probably aspartame. It's Pepsi. Yes, aspartame. Pepsi is usually aspartame. Oh yeah, people were still figuring it out. Yeah, that's pretty much better now. Oh, really? What I miss is, oddly enough, it's strange. I know not a lot of people liked it, but I miss Pepsi Crystal. And don't even mention the new Pepsi Crystal that's out right now. It's not the same. They completely changed it. It's a totally different flavor. The original Pepsi Crystal was actually pretty good. I liked it. I never heard of Pepsi True. Oh, is that the stevia one? Pepsi True? You need a big set of corporate balls to put the word perfect on a product. Because you're inviting trouble by doing that. You put the word perfect on a product, you can bet your ass people are going to be coming after you. Had an itch. Yeah, this is surprisingly nice for the retail price is $35. The only problem is the this part is real light. Like way light compared to this part. What I might do is a in the future as this stuff matures to where I can dispose of it to avoid the selling issue, I might do a raffle. You know, do a raffle off. You buy tickets for a raffle off and you get whatever the current box of goodies is. That might be an idea. Went to the gym and came back. I'm trying to set my own up. If I ever get that shed done, I have a weight bench and I have a recumbent stationary bike. Like I said, I tried to find you a couple weeks ago. I found some silicone feet, but you didn't respond, and I wasn't going to grab it unless you said you wanted it. It was on that review thing I do. you know, is the ankle and foot. You know, I'm pretty sure it's made out of silicone. So I posted links and everything. I was hoping you'd reply. And they were expensive, like $170. You got a flood in Pahrump? Balsa Machining Services in Pahrump. Do you know, oh, what's his name? His name's Bill. What's his last name? That which we shall not name. Yeah, that's what I think it's for as well. Art Bell, didn't he do saucer kits? Bill Sandin. Do you know Bill Sandin? No. He has a model rocket business. So he sells rocket parts. He makes custom turn nose cones out of balsa wood. He sells tubes, rocket kits. Balsa Machining Service. Call it Ivy. Got some goodies from Ivy. I got this from Ivy too. A little cat mug. I use it to hold all my USB drives. Yeah. That's where I also get these from Ivy. We call him, actually in the group, we call him Vince. Like, is Vince going to give us some good stuff today? So something else that I've been grabbing lately are these little computers. Where's it at? I think that's it. I got this nice razor. Oh, that's pretty nice. It's supposed to have an 18650 cell inside. And it's USB-C charging, which is really nice. Works pretty good. But I haven't figured out how to take it apart yet. If you can take it apart. You might not be able to. Kind of lame if you can't, because what's the point of using an 18650 cell if you can't take it apart and replace it? I wonder, does that turn? Nope, that doesn't turn. There's no joint there. So the only way I see to take it apart is there's two screws up top here. But if I can't take it apart, it gets an automatic loss of a star. Because don't fucking tease me by saying it's an 18650 cell and then make it so I can't replace that cell. You want to get 3 or 4 stars? That's how you get 3 or 4 stars. If you're printing with nylon, it should be fine. Don't effing tempt me, because I got my little USB-C charged Dremel handy too. They finally fixed it. These little battery Dremels are amazing. They're awesome little Dremels, little rotary tools. Jesus! Wow. I mean, Pahrump is in the middle of desert Nevada. That's incredible. But the original problem these things had was that they were wonderful, except for the collet wasn't deep enough or shaped properly or something. So what would happen is the bit would walk out. So you would be using the tool and the bit would work its way out until the bit popped out, which was really, really annoying. So this one, they seem to have fixed it. The bits don't walk out anymore. And it's USB-C now, which is real nice. So I got these little mini PCs. So this is a, what is this? I think it's a Ryzen. I think it's a Ryzen 5 with 16 gigs of RAM. So, cute little mini PC. I'm going to play with that. Except, this one didn't come with a power supply. So, I got to contact them to go, hey, where's the power supply, buddy? I can't even plug it in. This was kind of cool. It's literally a little FM radio. So where's the switch? Here it is. And it's Arduino based. So it's running all in one radio, 1.1.5. It's a little FM radio. But a nice little rechargeable one, decent speaker, but good reception. I can program it. So this is going to be part of my drive-in trailer. When I hook the soundbar and subwoofer up to it, I need an FM radio to plug into it to receive the drive-in movie signal. And that's the radio that I will use for the drive-in trailer. So, pretty cool. Hey, finished the Warbler. And we're not too far from being done. 73%. Yeah, it sounds like it, man. Floods there. It's like, who's prepared for that in a place like that? Actually, I think the mango is better than the cherry. The cherry's kind of, doesn't blow me away. The mango, on the other hand, is delicious. Good job on that Pepsi, but the Pepsi Zero, the cherry, not that good. Let me make sure this is current window. Three feet deep, 400 feet wide. That's incredible. At first, I'm thinking, why the hell would it wash away a propane tank? And then I'm thinking, you're in the middle of the desert. Why would you bolt it down? Well, I guess now he will. At least mount that booger a little higher. 3 feet. Jeez. That's crazy, man. Hi, kitty. Are you in Pahrump? Because why would you know anything about Pahrump? I mean, it's a really small town. I'll let you know in about, let's see. I'll let you know in about 12 minutes. We shall conduct an experiment and see how the cats react. I hate it when my ankle itches, because I can't reach it unless I use a scratcher. I love those bamboo back scratchers that Dollar Tree sells, and they've been out of them for a couple of months now. I finally said screw it, and I ordered a dozen of them. Oh, so you have family there. Yeah, it's been weird. I mean, we've been getting rain for weeks. It rains almost every single day. That's weird here. We don't get rain like that here. We say monsoon. No, no, no. Monsoon's end of July, August. This has been since June. Where it damn near rains almost every day. Just a couple minutes, you know, it rains for like 5 minutes and it's gone. But still, rain every day is just weird. I really, really wish I had rain gutters. Man, thousands of gallons. Yeah, here it's the opposite. We're cooler than normal. I mean, it's 86 degrees today. Normally we're like 95. So we've had it's been unusually gentle on us here. Hey, I'm not complaining. It's keeping my electric bill low. My electric bill last month was 145 bucks. I'm thrilled. Normally it's like 250. Yeah, that's what it is here. 86 degrees, which is not normal. That's unusually cool. Man, a guy has one of those well, remember, we're 20% humidity, 30% humidity. So 86 feels wonderful. Now, 86 back in Pennsylvania or in Florida, forget it. You're gonna melt. But here in New Mexico, 86 is great. We are making a whistle on the longer 3D LK5 Pro. Basically, they scaled up their LK4 Pro to 334 size. Yeah, screw that. It's part of why I moved here. Low humidity. I mean, my air conditioner is set to 75. I don't think it's turned on all day. Now we're getting our top layers. Yeah. Hello, Orp FN, whatever that means. Orphan? Orp FN? Orphan? Heck, one of my favorite things that I got off the, that I got from Vince is this knife. This company, Harns, Harnds. Good knife. I mean, I love the size of it. It's a little bit bigger than a normal pocket knife. So it fits my gigantic hands really nicely. You can see I can put my whole fist around it, and you still got a little bit sticking out on the end there. And usually pocket knives are not that comfortable for me because I got big hands. So this one's big enough to actually be, comfortable for me to hold. So good job. Except I don't like the fact that it freewheels the blade when you go to close it. So it tends to tap your finger whenever you close it. But nice knife. That's my box opening knife. That looks nice. Not bad. Yeah, they were definitely over extruding. I have it at 90%, and that looks about right. And I think I could lower it a little bit more, maybe 88%. Yeah, I think I could lower it another one or 2%. There's the letters. $51 minutes. Yeah, this is not going to come off. I'm going to have to cut it off. Matter of fact, I want to test that. I want to see if that whistle prints okay without me having to do that. I suspect the answer is yes. He just looks at me like, what are you doing? So I'm not going to lower it down this time. I'm going to leave that increased gap in place and see what it does. I suspect it's going to print just fine. See how it's just like dropping the plastic on there? But I don't think it's going to go up when it does the next phase. This is the way it does rafts. So that even if your bed level is horribly off. So right now is close to the 0 point. Yeah, I don't think I needed to lower it at all. I think that raft would have completed just fine. They do this with this kind of a raft so that even if your bed leveling is horribly off, it'll still successfully print. It's basically building up the bed, so to speak. We got the longer 3D LK5 Pro. So even though that looks like really off, I think that's exactly what it's supposed to be doing. Yep. Hi, am I annoying you? The kitty's like, what are you doing? I'm trying to sleep here. Yeah, see how it's getting cleaner and cleaner? Yeah, I did not need to lower that down. It would have printed just fine. Each time it lays down a layer, it builds it up higher and higher until it's right where it needs to be. Yeah, if you're wearing headphones, I just screwed you. Sorry. I should have warned you first. That's definitely my bad. It's for idiot proofing the first prints. You really, really, really want those first prints to be successful because your users will get discouraged if it's not. So if you can make those first prints bulletproof, that will go a long way. And what they're essentially doing is air printing the raft and then using the plastic itself to build up a platform to print on. So even if your bed leveling is horribly off, you'll get a successful print. And if you notice, that layer is getting more and more solid. See how that layer is starting to look much, much better now? That's what that air raft, I call it an air raft. But that's what that air raft does. I could be off by 2 millimeters and it will still print. So if I'm too close, it'll still print. If I'm too far away, it'll still print. That's the idea behind a raft like this. This is most likely Cura. It does that stupid inside out for infill. So they probably slice this with Cura. And everything stays hot and gooey because it's still not using any cooling fan. So the whole raft should print without a cooling fan. Not inside out. That's for the perimeter count. I'm talking about it prints the infill first and then it prints the perimeters. And I hate that. Yeah, for some reason, Cura defaults to printing infill first and then doing perimeters. And I think it's a bad idea. I can't think of a situation where that's a good idea. And now it prints the part on top of that real loose raft. You notice it's a little bit loose? That's so it'll release from the raft when you go to peel it off. It takes a bit of fine tuning to get it right, but if you get it right, um, you get guaranteed bed adhesion and you get a really nice clean release from the part. It's annoying because it took actually it didn't start counting until the part started printing. So it was not counting the raft as part of the count up timer. Now you should see a normal layer. Yeah, now we have a normal layer. See, there's no droopiness this time. It's properly adhering. Only that first layer has to have a slight gap, otherwise it won't release from the raft. So there's a tiny air gap. No, but I want to print the files it came with, since that's what a user is going to do. You know, a brand new person, they're going to print what's on the SD card. So I want to make sure that works. Obviously, I know I can tune the bed level and make it print the way I want to. I know I can do that. But a beginner might not. So a beginner is going to depend on these little test files to get them started. And now we are going to turn the fan speed all the way up. I don't know why they have it tuned down. Yeah, it's doing a nice job. Well, I lowered the flow rate to 90%. They were massively over extruding it. Most of these machines need to be run at about 90%. But yeah, that's very clean. I have no complaints. In fact, I'm going to run it at 88%. That little line on the top layer of the filament there, that's a result of slight over extrusion. And I should be able to get rid of that. Almost got rid of it. Chat disconnected. Why? Those were good. All right, so in general, what do we got here? There we go. Okay. I like the UI. I do like the feet. I do like the printer being raised up off the table. Couple of minor issues that I had. Well, the big one that they need to fix is these brackets are no good. Those right there. The way those brackets work is that they bend over the frame and then the arm sticks out. Well, the problem is they bolt from the top, so there's nothing to stop this bracket from bending. And that's exactly what both of mine did. They both bent in shipment. So that bracket needs to have a bolt on the front, or it needs to be built stronger. Probably the best way to do is to bolt it in from the side. So it's one single flat plate, thicker metal. That'd be the easiest way to do it. I noticed this was bent. I don't know if they did that on purpose to angle the screen away from this. It shouldn't touch even if it was straight. Let me try bending it back. Yeah. So that may have just bent in shipment because I just straightened it and it's fine. So this was bent in shipment, not a big deal. Plate was nice and flat, no issues with the plate. Let's see. The machine is quiet except for the fact that it's a relatively noisy fans. So these fans seem okay. I would like to see you use double ball bearing fans. Not only would they be silent, but they would not be prone to hydraulic bearing failure, which a lot of these fail from. I was surprised that the primary bolts holding the machine together were pretty tight from the box. Usually they loosen in shipment, so not bad there. No matter what, you should tighten all the primary bolts when you get a machine like this. The feeder unit is the same that they used on their LK4, and it's fine. I have no problems with that. They use the proper strong springs. Wire management is good. Everything is sheathed properly. Assembly was easy. The directions were accurate for the most part. I didn't have any issues with the directions, except that certain parts were hard to see. So, for example, these go on the inside, but it's really hard to tell that from the instructions. So I could put them on the outside, but then it would bump into this. So that should be clarified a little bit. I would use line drawings instead of black drawings. The black, it's really hard to see. So when you're doing a drawing like this, you want something like this, not something like this, because that's really hard to see, and the color quality and the resolution quality of this print is not good enough for that. So if you use this kind, or in your 3D software where you built this is simulated. This is a 3D model. It's not a picture of the printer. So what I would do is start changing most of these parts to gray. So make most of these parts in your modeling software gray, like a light gray, and then make the specific part you're interacting with black, for contrast where you need it. So for example, these different components, especially in the close-ups, like you can't even tell, like, is that inside or outside? I can't tell. It's too dark. You can just barely see that is a bolt head. And that's with me looking at it on a 65-inch screen. Okay? So, you need better contrast in the instructions. Otherwise, the instructions were good. Everything's clearly marked. It tells you to worry about the voltage, including with a sticker. It actually talks about first layer bed leveling. One thing that these instructions should talk about is to not adjust the bed leveling for the sample prints, because the sample print on your SD card starts printing in midair. It drops the raft onto the bed. That's actually correct. But if the user tries to print a sample print and then looks at these directions, they're going to start adjusting it. And the problem is when they adjust it, they're going to mess it up. So be sure to tell them to not mess with the bed leveling after you set it. Go through the process and set the bed leveling, but don't try to live adjust it for the sample prints, because those are printing with a raft, which changes everything. It even has the basics for the slicing software, installing Cura. A little hard to see what you're looking at here, though. But it is nice that there is some basics here. Not bad. The instructions could be slightly improved, but the instructions are usable, and they really are not that bad. In fact, you could even fold it like that. That's actually not too bad. Any other issues? Leveling knobs are fine. Springs are nice and tight. Glass is nice and flat. The frame is nice and clean. I love the longer UI. If there's one thing that longer has nailed, it's this UI. It's beautiful. It's responsive. It's fast. You can adjust anything, including feed rate. Oh, that's wrong. I adjusted the wrong thing. Derp. Nozzle flow rate needs to be 90%. I slowed it down. I think I did adjust. Did I adjust nozzle or feed rate before? I don't remember. I think I'll leave it at 95 just in case I mess that up. I don't want to touch filament. What's that going to do? No, cancel. That's to change filament. I don't want to do that. But the UI is excellent. They do a good job on the UI. I love the inclusion of the bracing. The silicone sock is good. I can't think of anything else. Nothing. Leave the stock board in it. Unless you want to do something weird to it, the stock board works just fine. So unless the printer is lacking for some reason, like there's something you're trying to do and that board can't do it, just leave it alone. Just print. I would like to see instructions on adjusting the eccentric wheels. I had to adjust the eccentric wheels on the bed and on the X carriage, so those both needed adjustment. And also instructions for how to adjust the belt tension, because this one needed adjustment. This belt was way too loose. Also, I'd like to see this bracket here be a little bit thicker. It's a little too thin because I'm able to bend this bracket back and forth on the left and right side. And that's because the metal is too thin and it's able to be bent. So if you thickened up this metal a little bit, that would solve that problem. Beyond that, it works well. So far, no issues. I will probably do a large vase print. So like a big rocket, a Verne style rocket, I'll probably do. Just to do something 400 millimeters tall to make sure I don't have any Z wobble issues. Before I stick it on a very large, print that's going to take a long time. But so far, no problems. It works well. The one thing I am disappointed with, though, I guess it technically doesn't need it. I'd still like it, though. I'm a little miffed that it only has one Z-stepper instead of dual Z-steppers. It would not have cost that much to make this a dual Z-stepper. Although, it is a 334 printer for under $300. So that's pretty darn cheap. And the reality is, unless you're doing a lot of Z-hop kind of stuff, You don't really need a second Z stepper. It's a nice to have, but not needed thing. This does work fine with a single Z stepper. That aluminum extrusion is so tight, it's so stiff, that as long as the wheels are adjusted properly on both ends, you will be fine with a single Z stepper. I have original CR10s with 4,000 or 5,000 hours on them, and they're fine. So in that regard, I'm okay with it. The frame is light, but very stiff. I was not able to bend it or tweak it, so that's good. You did fine there. Spool holder's a little weird being set at a 45-degree angle, but it seems to work fine. So there's the spool holder. It mounts at a 45-degree angle there. But it's working fine, so I can't really complain. As long as it does its job. Not a huge fan of the multiple wires for the heat bed. I'd like to see it where any one set of wires can handle the amp draw. So have multiple wires. Now, because of the connector you chose to use, I understand why you did that. Because a single one of those connections isn't enough. And there have been problems in the past with printers burning up the connection, that connector. So using multiple wires does take care of that. So I do understand that. And again, at this price point, that might make sense. Because it does have nice custom smooth extrusions. Notice how these extrusions are smooth on the outside face. That actually costs extra to do that. And it also makes it stiffer. So I do like seeing that. Makes for a cleaner printer. Debris doesn't fill up these holes because there's no holes. There's no slots on the front faces. So in general, not bad. I mean, for what, $280, it's pretty hard to argue with that. I think that's what it costs, isn't it? I did not want to do that. Yeah, it's $290, $297. So there's one for $295. Yeah, $295 is pretty hard to argue with. I mean, that's just really cheap for S305, $297, and one of these had a coupon. Yeah, $297. So $297.49 is pretty hard to argue with for a 334 sized printer. I mean, that's just not a bad deal when you consider its size. And the fact that it has a color touchscreen that's actually usable. It has an ultra stiff frame. It has the triangular reinforcements. And it has the silent steppers. So you basically have a CR10 that has the $40 silent board upgrade, the $50 LCD upgrade, and the $40 triangular reinforcement upgrade for free. And it's still cheaper. So that's really not bad when you think about it. When you think about it, what this thing has, that's really not a bad price. And a removable glass plate, so you can put a piece of Wham Bam on here without a problem. You just take this glass plate off and put your Wham Bam on there. Well, good job. I give credit where it's due. They did a good job on this. The only thing I would change is make this out of thicker metal. This is too thin. And reinforce the the brackets for the bracing, because those brackets bend. Both of mine were bent in shipment. So you want to, that design needs to change. Either it needs to bolt through from the front, or just use a thicker flat plate and bolt it through from the side. So the way I would change that is, instead of having this fold around bracket design that you see there, instead I would just have a flat plate that screws right through the side. So you pre-drill 2 holes on the side, and that bracket becomes a single flat plate that's twice as thick. So use double thickness metal, and get rid of all the bends. That'll actually be easier for you to cut, so it'll actually reduce your costs. The thicker metal will increase your costs, so it should be a wash. Thicker metal versus not having to bend the part. And the way you have it set up, you would not have to change the geometry. You can keep the geometry the same. And otherwise, use double ball bearing fans. You know, you guys got to move away from these hydraulic bearing fans, these bushings. The fans are junk. Switch over to dual ball bearing fans. And insist your power supply manufacturer do the same. Double ball bearing fan. Anybody have any questions? Something they want to see up close while it's printing? There is a $150 334 printer. Are you serious? CTC A10S. Right in the title of the review. Never buy this printer. See if somebody can get them to send me a sample. Looks like the retail is $200. Ooh, that's some thin metal. See, that's how they save money. Look how thin that is. Look how thin those plates are. Jesus. Good luck keeping that thing from flexing. God damn. I mean, that looks fine. This should be going straight back and not out the side. It's not that cheap. It's $200. So for $97 more, you get silent steppers, triangular reinforcements, better build quality, and a usable proper touchscreen UI. And it's an all-in-one. It doesn't have a separate box. I mean, $150 might be... That's cheap enough to dick around with it. And what the hell's up with these springs? These red springs look a little weird. I wonder what the deal is with that. Oh, and it's 12 volts. That's a big step backwards. I mean, look how angled this bed is. In their own demo printer with it printing that, look how much higher the bed is in the front than in the back. You can actually see it actually has an angle. Yeah, but 118 pounds is hard to argue with. Just to screw around with. I mean, Jesus. I mean, throw a 1mm nozzle on there, and bed warping and bed leveling becoming basically irrelevant because you'll be printing at a 0.5 millimeter layer height. Boy, I wouldn't mind getting one to dick around with. I'm going to have to watch this video later. I better not load it now. I got too much stuff loaded. In fact, let me stop doing that. But yeah, Ronald, that's hard to argue with at that price. Yeah, well, that thing needs dual Z. It's probably too flimsy to do single Z. I don't know if I would trust that with a single Z. With how thin some of the... Now, it could be the pictures. Those plates might be perfectly thick enough, and the pictures make it look thinner. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's not parallax. I'm pretty sure that bed is just going, low rider. Got the hydraulics on the front. But 118 pounds, I mean, shit. That's really hard to argue with. Especially if you can make it work out of the box. If you can make it work with minimal changes, I mean, Jesus. Yeah, I could see that. I could absolutely see that. It's definitely a PLA machine. Hey, if anybody has a contact with the company, tell them to send me one. I'll help them fix it. They probably know already. They probably just, how cheap could we make it? But there are ways you can improve machines without spending money. Unless you're buying those parts off the shelf, there are ways you can make things work. Now, 118 pounds though. Jesus. See, at $200, I'm not interested. That's too close in price to better machines. Much, much better machines. But at $150 shipped, things get more tempting. Things get a lot more tempting at that price point. So, any questions on the longer LK5 Pro? Do my happy victims have any questions? Again, not guaranteed. There's no guarantee, but it looks like I should be getting the seed maker. Maybe in time for next Wednesday's stream, maybe. That's impressive looking. It's a monochrome 4K 8.9-inch screen, which means I should be able to make big stuff in resin. And I'm still playing with the Anycubic Viper. It's so far been very impressive. It's doing an excellent job. I mean, this print is fabulous. I mean, that really is fantastic. I have absolutely no complaints about that. I need to turn that light off. And you can't see Jack. Why is that so bright? There we go. Come on, focus. There we go. But that is a... I have no complaints about that print. It even got that little stem there. But that's clean. I mean, the only cleanup I had to do was a little tiny bit of boogers between these two stalks up here. And literally I just took my fingernail and went and removed them, and that's all I did. I have the that one 3D scanner. I've never been able to get it to work properly. I just could not get it to detect the object. Well, that's the other thing I'm hopeful for. There's no guarantee. I mean, there's none whatsoever, but I'm trying to get a hold of the Hallett Max. That is Creality's ultra big resin printer with a 13.3-inch screen. Yeah, that's a $2,500 printer. I'm really hoping to get that. Not the Hallett Sky. That's the 8.9-inch. I want the Hallett Max. That's the 13.3-inch version. Yeah, I want that bad. That's just something I want to play with really badly. I'm trying. There's no guarantee on that. It's a pretty low probability, actually. It's an expensive printer. But I should be getting the Seed Maker. And, hey, DeWitt! Longer 3D pulled another rabbit out of the bag. They did a pretty good job on this machine. I mean, it's a simple machine. It's not. There's nothing super special about it, except for the fact that it's a CR10. Basically, it's a 334 with diagonal bracing, silent steppers, and a usable, good quality UI touchscreen for less than $300. I mean, even though it doesn't offer a whole lot new, with those 3 upgrades alone, that's a pretty damn good deal for $297. A Hallett one for $96. Was that their small scale one, like the Mars or something like that? $96 is really cheap for any resin printer. Very nice. How'd you score that for $96? You got, what was it? Oh, luck. Okay. So open box, like an open box return or something like that? Cool. Wow, that is lucky, man. $96. Is it a monochrome screen? I'm hoping it's a monochrome screen. New, even better. Very nice. $96 for any resin printer is an incredible deal. Yeah, $199 is normal price. That's your typical price for an Eryone style, that size build volume. That's your typical going price. So $96 is dirt cheap, especially for a monochrome screen. For a while there, you get clearance prices for around $100 for LCDs, RGB, but $96 for a monochrome is incredible. Especially when you start doing simple parts at 0.2 millimeter layer height with transparent resin, and you're printing them out so fast it's ridiculous. Mars 3, huh? You know, we're only a couple of minutes from being done, so we're just going to wait for this to finish. Six-inch 4K resin, nice. So something in between the current and the 9-inch. That's good. So now they can have small, medium, large, and you're insane. Yeah, the build was fine. No real issues except for the eccentrics had to be adjusted. They were too tight. This was maladjusted. It was too loose. I also had to tweak it. One side was in further than the other, which caused the belt to bias one side, which you don't want. Easy fix. Tighten this side. Put a wrench in here. Pry it. Tighten that side. Done. The only issue was the bracing brackets are not that good. They bend easy. Besides that, nice machine. Let's see how far I spread my yawn. Yeah, we were missing a part. We found the part on the floor. When I took it apart, two of the pieces dropped and fell on the floor. I grabbed one, but I didn't realize there was a second one. Remember that whole time I was saying, it seems like there should be another piece here? You know, what is this wedge pushing against? Remember I kept saying that it's like there's something missing here. Yeah, we were missing the other half of the wedge. As soon as we found that, went together fine. I kept thinking, something's not right. Something's missing. You know, there should be another piece here. Yeah, there was. Hello, Amari from Argentina. I am going to turn off the heat bed early. It should remain more than hot enough to finish the print, but that'll allow me to pop that print off a little faster because we are doing top layers now. We is almost done. I got a couple more filament dryers from J.O. They were available from Vince, you know, from Ivy. So I grabbed them. I got two more. That's because they're using an axial fan instead of a squirrel cage fan. So that's actually something that Longer has been doing for a while, and it seems to work fine. For some, with their G code had the fan running at like 75%, which was not good because I had warping. But as soon as I bumped the fan up to 100%, and this time I did not lower the temperature, I left it at 200, so it was just the fan needed to be at 100%. But beyond that, it works fine. It's not my preferred way to do it, but it does work fine. What does that say? Mind the high temperature. That's cute. Unless you want whistle feet. I guess it's kind of foot-like. Yeah, it's a good day. The printer went together smoothly. There was very little wrong with it. Quality control was decent. The instructions were decent. I mean, the sample files print fine. There's not a whole lot to complain about. They did a halfway decent job. You could probably do a foot-shaped whistle. That actually wouldn't be that hard to do, I don't think. Yeah, especially for the price. I mean, keep in mind, this is just a CR10 clone. It's basically a enlarged LK4. If you look at their LK4, it's an enlarged LK4. Think CR10 size LK4. So it's basically, you could think of it like a CR10, except you get the silent board, the silicone sock, the triangle braces, and the LCD touchscreen for $297. That's really not bad. If you want a 334 size printer, that's really not bad. Wow, I hope you grabbed it. I mean, just the extrusions alone are worth more than that. I've never seen a printer at a yard sale. Yeah, single Z. And it's built stiff enough that that's not a problem. But again, $297. It's hard to argue with that. It's really hard to argue with it when it's that cheap. Perfect. And not only is it a color touchscreen, it's a usable color touchscreen. The tune option includes nozzle flow rate, which is a setting that is usually missing from these touch UIs, and a setting that I find very useful. And it's responsive, it looks nice, it's well designed. Look how that popped right off of there. And then this should come right off, just like that. That's when you print a proper raft, it just comes right off. You do end up with a slightly messy bottom layer. Not horrible. You know, it's not perfect, but it's not bad. And they can adjust that in settings. Oh, wait a minute, let's pop the little nibble free. Here we go. Headphone warning. If you're wearing headphones, I'm about to do something loud. And you get that little warble when you blow the whistle. And the cat didn't like that. But yeah, not bad. That printed fine. I got no issues with that. Not freaking bad. Yeah, this is sky blue. I think it's called sky blue. Yeah, sky blue. It's generic, so I have no idea who makes it. I probably bought it 5 years ago. No, it did not. Sadly, they only included a little tiny sample. Actually, that's a nice color. I actually like that color. But just a stupid little sample. I'm not even sure if that's enough to print a whistle or something like that. Probably is. That probably is enough to print a whistle. But yeah, a lame sample. But again, for $300, I'm not going to argue. Alrighty, that is it. If you guys don't have any further questions, I'm going to call it quits. And I will see you guys in the next video. Does anybody have any questions before we go? I will try. If you guys want to stick around and chat, I don't mind. I'm good till 4 o'clock. So that I'll leave that up to you guys. If you guys just want to stick around and chat, I'm good with that. Oh shit, I never uploaded one this Sunday. I'll get one uploaded today. I forgot to upload this week's Life in the Reese video. Oops. Michelle and I have been kicking butt here at the house. We've been really getting a lot done. So except for this pile of stuff here, which is actually neatly stacked. This is all organized and stacked here. I just don't have a place for it yet. I'm even getting over here taken care of. I got my 3 primary printers set up here. The Artist-E, Viper, and the Racer. I still have to get rid of that pile of stuff there. That over there, the stuff on top of that work table there. I haven't touched that yet. I'm going to be playing with that Connect 4 later today. See that big giant Connect 4? Yeah, Vince sent me that. I got some spray paint to take care of that. Because those blue chips should be black. Those legs should be blue. And that board should be yellow. So I'll be spray painting that. Yeah, it's big. That's why I got it. I couldn't resist it. It was so big. It's like, I have to have that. Easy to say when Vin sends it to you for free. But yeah, we got the kitchen all cleaned up. We got the, although I did find out one bad thing. I found out that the outlet by the kitchen table is connected to the rest of the outlets in the kitchen. That sucks. How to live longer. Eat people. Eating people should be very effective. Especially politicians. Eat them. Hey, Colin sent me $25 by PayPal. Thank you very much, Colin. I appreciate that. Very generous. Thank you. I found out that the outlets over here in the kitchen, well, that outlet right there is on the same goddamn circuit. Like, are you kidding me? Ugh. So, I got now thankfully my electrical box is right behind that wall right there. So I'm going to wire up a dedicated outlet to that wall right there so that I can run like the rotisserie or the toaster or the coffee maker without having to worry about over amping a circuit, because I'm always popping that breaker. But I started getting things hung up. You can see I have, there we go. Thankfully no leaks. So that has not leaked a drop. So the roof repair was successful. No water comes in there anymore. No, that's actually a copper lid and a brass bucket. I got them at yard sales. I love these brass buckets. That's the cat food in there. But I started getting my pans hung up. I got a clock hung up. This thing's fun. So the ends of this open, and there's a conveyor belt inside there. So it's like a conveyor oven. It's kind of cool. But eventually, when I get the third bedroom set up, I'll get my canned food out of here. So I'll get all of my food reserves in the third bedroom. And then I'm going to have 2 leather chairs here, which we'll have to keep covered to keep the cats from tearing them apart. And then what I'll do is I'll just, this screen here is on a mount. So you can see there's a TV stand to see on. That's my broken chair. You see the floor's all cleaned up. We got everything all cleaned up. We did. Michelle helped me out so much. We just kicked ass over the last 2 weeks. And I just said, fuck it. We're getting this goddamn place cleaned up. I'm tired of being a pig. You know, I had a hoarding mess back in Pennsylvania, and I brought the goddamn hoarding mess here, and I said, this is fucking enough. It's bullshit. So we're getting it all cleaned up. I got the vacuum all pulled apart because it's broken. But this is my broken chair, which I don't want to get rid of, because this chair has a unique feature that no other chair I have has. It has a full-size thick back. So the back of this chair is thick enough that my cat can lay on top of it, and he really, really likes laying on top of that chair. So I'm going to attempt to repair this chair, see if I can fix it. But this TV is sitting on a mobile stand. And so what I can do is I can set up our chairs over here, over there on against that wall, and then all I have to do is take this beautiful Sony screen and rotate it 90 degrees, and then we can sit here and watch movies. So I'm gonna do that. Also, I'll be able to get rid of a lot of this. So here's the stuff I still have to go through. So you see it's all neatly stacked. I just have to still go through it. The whole thing. the chair is both warping and tilting. I'm 460 pounds. I'm too heavy for it. But this is a real nice set of sheets I'm looking forward to playing with. This is another one of those things that I would never buy because I would never... Oh yeah, the projector's still going strong. This is another one of those things I would never buy because I would never spend $130 on a pair of bed sheets. So these are some like special linen, high quality bed sheets. So we're gonna try those. But I've been getting a bunch of this freeze dried food for the kitties because it's cheap. Yeah, I had a video 2 weeks ago. I didn't upload a video last week. I'm gonna take care of that tonight. I'm gonna upload a video. I forgot. But so I gotta go through. Still have to figure out where to put all this. And then once I have the shelves set up in the third bedroom, these will go there. And then I'll also get rid of all this so I can put new stuff here. I also want to turn this into my tool shelf. I want to dedicate this to just tools. So all my tool kits and tools and stuff like that dedicated to that. Now, the other cool thing is, once I get that third bedroom going, I got to run an electrical circuit to it because that's a freezer, and that's a freezer, and that's a fridge. So I can get all three of those. I think it's I want to say 17 or 20 wide, 76 long. It's a 1.5 wide, 76 foot, 1,450 square feet. So once I get rid of these freezers and move them into the third room, I'm going to move this cat tree over to here, and I'll be able to put a fourth shelf in here. There's enough room here for one more shelf if I get rid of the cat tree. So I want to put the cat tree there. And also I want to encourage the cats to be in the cat tree so when we come in that door, we can see where they are. And, you know, be ready if they try to bolt out the door. But, yeah, we're cleaning up. We're getting it all cleaned up. The only place that's still even slightly messy is right here, where I'm working on the stuff. And you can see I got this all cleaned up. It's all stacked up. It's, you know, just got to figure out what to do with it. Some of this I still need to review. So I still need to process it. I got the planters in hopes of doing hanging plants. And I just got to figure out how to not murder them first. See, I have to do hanging plants indoors because otherwise this little bastard will tear them apart. Actually, he doesn't bother the plants too much. The other one, no. He tears them apart, man. I had a plant sitting, you can see it there. I gave up on it. That plant there, I just gave up on it because they make their way up here and just eat it. But, yep, little by little. I gotta get all the cat food out of here. I got a whole bunch of cat food. So there's about 7 cases of cat food on here. But the rest is getting all cleaned up. You can see the bathroom is now spotless. My bedroom is spotless. I finally got the medicine cabinet mounted. I finally got the little spice rack mounted. I finally got this all neat and cleaned up. I finally got the kitchen table cleaned off. Michelle had coffee this morning and left her debris. I'll have to kick her ass for that. So we can actually sit at our kitchen table now. Because there was 4 3D printers sitting on this table. Now those 3D printers are there in the bathroom. And so it's all getting cleaned up. this is the case. That bag right there is for the big giant Connect 4. But it's getting there. We're getting it done. Bit by bit, we're cleaning it up. Well, that's a full width bathroom. So this bathroom is as wide as the entire house. It's what's called a Romeo and Juliet bathroom, which I don't need. So the first thing I did was I got rid of the tub that was in the middle here, and that allowed me to put 2 tables there. So you can see I got 2 tables sitting there. I got printers on top and printers below, as well as my Pelican cases. They're not Pelican cases, they're knockoffs. They're from something 1, Condition 1. Condition 1, they make cases. So, you know, that half of the house is spotless. That half of the house is spotless, all cleaned, all vacuumed, no clutter, no bullshit. It's all cleaned up. The only place left that needs to be cleaned up is right here. This stuff here. Once I have this stuff here cleaned up, my house will be neat. Yeah, that's my kitty. He's my baby. He loves sleeping up there so much. He's either there or he's on top of that chair. Like he'll know. See, like he can't be on top of this chair. There's no place for him to go. All right, there's just no place for him to sit on top of this chair. It's a mental illness. We've lived with a hoarding mess, a pack rat mess for so long, and I woke up one morning and said, "Fuck this." I was like, I'm not doing nothing but throwing shit away until this place is not a goddamn hellhole anymore. I'm tired of living like a pig. I'm tired of living like a pig. It's a sickness. It's disgusting. It's horrible. It's disrespectful. It's not good. So getting it cleaned up one way or another. But I've almost got this entire thing taken care of. I just need more space for the resins. So there's the CNC and the 2 resin printers right there. So I got to move those. They were supposed to go into the shed, but the shed never got finished. The shipping containers are just going to take time. That's just going to take time. You know, I have a very big limit on time. For now, I'm taking the insurance off of the bus. I haven't even renewed the registration on the bus because nobody's going to say nothing because I don't drive it. Because they raised the price for storage insurance to $27 a month. That's $324 a year for it to just sit there in the yard. I'm like, nope, canceling that. Yeah, exactly. Space is not the issue. Not being a pig is the issue. Well, once you get past the not being a pig, the issue is organization. And the problem is, for organization, you need shelves. And, well, shelves are not cheap. You know, I got spoiled. I got spoiled by Philadelphia. Because in Philadelphia, shelving is cheap. I mean, you can get whatever you want for next to nothing in Philadelphia. It's because the population density is so high and the space is so little that nobody wants to keep anything they don't need because it takes up too much space. They don't have, you know, in the Philadelphia, Levittown area, you don't have 1.5 acre properties like we do here. Like here in Edgewood, you're actually not allowed to sell a property less than an acre. Every property has to be at least an acre. And that's because people don't want that super packed in city type thing here. And I'm going through my email. So you saw my setup at the other house. No, I did not. I need help doing that. I cannot do it myself. There really is nothing I can do to do it myself. Their industrial grade shelving They're not light duty shelves. I can show you. I think it's visible on one of the cameras. Is it this one? Nope, it's not that one. It's not the yard cam. Is it here? You can't really see it. Oh, yes, you can. Nope, shed is not roofed. So if you look here, there you go. All those things right there, those are all industrial metal shelvings. They're still in my trailer. So, the problem is they are not lightweight. They're actually pretty heavy. One person could walk one of them. Like if I tipped it and I go, walk it, I can do that, or drag it. What I cannot do is extend my arms out in front of me like this and deadlift it 3 feet in the air. I'm not strong enough to do that. I'm a strong motherfucker, and I'm not strong enough to do that. They're too heavy. Go grab a 50-pound bag of dog food and try to deadlift it with your arms outstretched. All right? Now, it's 3 feet off the ground. You have to lift it to 5.5 feet off the ground to clear the trailer and pull it out. And you're not allowed to tip it. If you tip it, it spills everywhere. And these are heavier than 50 pounds. So I can't. I cannot. It took 3 of us to load them. So it's going to take 2 or 3 of us to unload them. I don't know anybody here. I mean, I know the 2 neighbors that I know I'm friendly with. But this guy here is too old. I can't ask an 85-year-old person to help me. They're probably less capable than I am. And this guy here is a vet missing, not a vet, but he's missing a leg. He has a prosthetic leg. So he can't do it either. And, let's get that looking at something interesting. So, and this neighbor over here doesn't exist anymore. They moved out. So I'm guessing they're selling that house. And, well, they're all acre lots, so the next neighbor is a quarter mile down the road. So I don't know them yet. I tried offering barter for help, but it's a very niche barter. So probably what I'm going to have to do is sell the pellets. And then once I have enough money, offer to pay someone to help me out. Because what we need to do is empty out the shipping container, move in the shelves, and then put the stuff on the shelves. Probably I can't afford it. That kind of thing is not cheap. I would love to have a what do you call that? A multi something. It's like a little tiny backhoe with a multi hand. You can grab stuff, pick it up, or you can change out the head and use it as a backhoe. They're really nice, but I can't afford it. I'm still going to try. I have, requests for help up and stuff like that. So, we'll see. There's still, I guess, COVID issues around here. So people are, I guess, leery of that kind of stuff right now still. But what I don't have is cash. I don't have cash to offer anybody. And that's what everybody wants. Everybody wants cash. I mean, sure, someone can use pellets, but they've got 4 months before they need the pellets, and the electric company doesn't take pellets. So, I would love to, but I don't think anybody around here wants them. I've tried selling some printers very cheap. I've tried selling a couple $150 printers, 0 bites. Like, not even a, hey, what is that? Like, no bites whatsoever. I was really surprised. The reason I tried to sell some was because 3D printing seemed to be taking off a bit because of the printing of face shields and stuff like that. You remember how it was hard to get PLA cheap for a price? Price was going up because everybody was buying all the printers and all the filament. And so I thought maybe, hey, take advantage of it. Try to sell a couple printers. Not one bite. Not one single bite. And I'm talking, I was selling them for half retail. So that's one of the downsides of living in a unpopulated area like I do. When there's just not that many people around you, it gets hard. But it'll happen eventually. It'll happen eventually. I mean, worst case scenario, if I have to and I don't want to, I'll dismantle the trailer so I can slide the shelves out the back. But, you know something? I live in the desert. They're not going to go bad. They're not going anywhere. So I have time. You know, it's not like they're going to rot or rust or something bad's going to happen to them. They'll just sit there. Yeah, we're just chatting. Chit-chatting because we're bored. I might as well get a vase printing so I can make sure that I have no Z-wobble. So let me get that sliced up. There is no reason not to. Moving some bulk stuff that I can't move myself. I don't know. I've probably farted and don't even know it. There's the Vern style rocket. See you later, DB3 Dan. Thank you for joining in. Let's see. Let's download the rocket. Because I live in the middle of the desert in New Mexico. So it would be a hell of a trip for most people. You know, everything's fart. I said everything's fart because I read you should fart onto the stream. But everything's far away here. Let's see. I could probably just use... Actually, I could just use any profile, really. Here, CR10V, nuts, direct drive. I don't care. I will just change the U30 Pro. Looks good to me. 0.2, 333. That looks fine. That's a different kind of vase. I need a fast vase. Something that's not going to take 2 days to print. And I need to make it full height. So we're going to make him 225 millimeters tall. Turn off uniform scaling. Make him 390 millimeters tall. Why is this? Oh, that's the wrong size printer. Let's do... whatever. I'll just change it here. Yeah, it's a vase, but it wasn't really a vase mode vase. I just need to make sure I don't have any Z-wobble before I dedicate this to a really big project. Let's see here. Three, three, four. No top and bottom layers. One perimeter. Single outline. We are going to over extrude to 1.4 to give it a little more strength. 60 and 205. Let's go 210 since we're going to be over extruding. There, that should work. Another Naomi. Prepare to print. Oh, I do want to add a brim. Just to make sure it does not pop free. Yeah, 5-hour print. That's good. Let's see here. Additions, 0 and 10 outlines. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom. She didn't renew her contract? She didn't get it renewed? I know she was up for contract renewal. And welfare God, I will have you know I left a trail of farts from here all the way to the bathroom. Okay. That looks clean. And rocket burns. There's no way for me to search for the septic tank. There's nothing for me to do. I can't call anybody out because I can't risk a any kind of permit issue. It's just one of those, I would like to find it, but I'm not going to push hard because I can't afford problems. Rocket Verns. Open. Yes. I mean, I know within a fifth of an acre where it has to be. I just don't know precisely. Contract wasn't renewed. That's too bad. Oh, it never overflows. You're supposed to have it pumped every 3 to 5 years, even if nothing's wrong. Um, the problem is I don't know where it's at. So I mean, if I ever find it, one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to have an extension put in to bring it above ground. To bring the what it is the top of the tank is buried, and what you do is you put a concrete ring around it and then a cap. This way you don't have to unbury it to find it. But it's never given me a problem. I've never had any issues. I just can't afford problems if looking for it creates an issue. No, I got to be very careful about that. I don't think she'll have a problem finding new work, though. She's a smart critter. See, I don't even know where the leach field is. I thought there'd be like a green patch wherever the leach field was, but there isn't. Oh, how did you find out? Well, obviously she told you. Yeah, she finally got verified. Took long enough. Twitter can be funny about that kind of thing. Print for me! Print for me!
Ah, still too low. There we go. That looks good. That's a little too low. Good. That looks better. Hi, kitty. Get him. Get him. Still think that's a little too low in the back there. We're gonna tune that up a little bit. Or they got what they needed from her and now they don't need her. Sadly, there's not a whole lot of loyalty in the corporate world. It all comes down to the almighty Juan. Which one what? True, but that's easier said than done. You know, that's not so simple for average Joe to build their own brand because they have to survive until they build their own brand, which requires them to go to work. And if there's not enough time for both, it can be a catch-22. You ever try to negotiate two jobs? You see, you'll go to one job, they want to give you, 20 or 30 hours instead of 40, and they want you available 7 days a week. And I've even seen people go so far as to sabotage your schedule to mess with your other job to cause you problems because they want you available. They want you available 7 days a week, 24/7, but they only want to give you 20 or 30 hours of work. So they want you to be an on-call minimum wage slave. So juggling multiple jobs can be difficult. Yeah, she did. She called them out when they gave out bullshit. So she did a good job, in my opinion. Well, a little more than just everything can be difficult. I mean, people like me and stuff like that who can find their niche, we're exceptions to the rule. You know, I mean, I'm above average intelligent. I had above average access to resources. You know, I had advantages a lot of people don't have. If I fail, it's because I fucked up. But for a lot of people, their success or failure has very little to do with themselves. Totally agreed. In fact, that's what happened after the pandemic. You know, right now, that's what's happening. You got all these jobs screaming, lazy people don't want to work. Excuse me, unemployment's about 1% different than it was before the pandemic. This isn't lazy people cashing a government check. This is people who found other work and they're telling you to go sit on it, rotate. A lot of people do. It's difficult to arrange. You mean Sempoku or Sempaku or something like that? Sudoku is a math game. I think you mean something else where the commit ritual suicide. Sempaku or something like that, or so. What happened to it? Yeah, replace the feeder. It's what, 15 bucks? It will return. It shall breathe again. Yeah, King Rune does a good job. They make some pretty decent machines. You know, they're not really anything to write home about, but that's kind of what you want in a 3D printer. You just want the thing to work. You know, but you don't know a lot of people soaking the unemployment until the federal runs out. You don't. You think you do, but you don't. How many people do you know? 10? 50? 100? I mean, how many people do you know? Yeah, the one with the big mohawk. You know, a lot of what you hear about people soaking up unemployment until the federal runs out is propaganda. It's literally intentional misinformation, because all you got to do is look at the numbers. Unemployment's currently 5.8%. Unemployment before the pandemic was 4.4%. It's not appreciably different. So people aren't just sitting on their hands collecting unemployment, or that 5.8% number would be a hell of a lot larger. Sempuka, that's it. That's the word. Or sepuka. It's not just 21 an hour. It's also, what kind of work is it? If you wanted me to work at an Amazon warehouse for $21 an hour, I'm turning you down. I don't even know if I'd be willing to work for $30 an hour at an Amazon warehouse. I mean, that's a soul and body destroying job. That's why the churn rate for Amazon warehouse workers is 150%. It's literally slave labor. Well, there's two kinds of slave labor. I mean, you have slave labor that's underpaid, but then you also have, you know, just back-breaking labor that's just not worth it. You know, because of the environment they keep. And wow. I've seen people break down working at Amazon. Just they can't take it. Mind and soul, they can't take it. And I love when people say, well, our great-great-great-grandfathers lifted themselves up by their bootstraps, and they lived to 35. Your average age back then, your average life expectancy for a base worker was 30 years. Oh, but Benjamin Franklin lived to 80s. He was a rich person who owned slaves. He didn't work. Not that kind of work. Oh, my God. Probably not nearly as many as you think. And I doubt you know 10. But like I said, the numbers speak for themselves. Unemployment's 5.8%. And the 5.8% is explained by the loss of jobs, not by people soaking unemployment. Pretty good, Alden. I mean, look at the 2008 crash. It took us 4 years to recover from that. and there was no pandemic, and there was no federal unemployment boost. You don't have to take my word for it. September, the federal unemployment boost ends. Come back and ask me what the unemployment numbers are in October. There's like 20 states where they've canceled the unemployment boost. Republican states, of course. And unemployment in those states has gone up, not down. So clearly it wasn't people soaking up $300 a week. I can tell you what happened. I can tell you exactly what happened. It's actually quite logical. Let's see. First, we took away everybody's jobs during the pandemic. We said, you're not allowed to work. Well, half those people did not qualify for unemployment. See, what people don't understand is that unemployment is based on a percentage of what you made. For example, if I were on unemployment right now, I would not get the federal boost. Because based on my numbers, because I ran the numbers, I would get $87 a week in unemployment. That's it. Because you have to get at least $100 in state benefits to qualify for the $300 boost. You'd be amazed at how much of this low-income population is below that $100 threshold. So they don't even bother applying. It's not worth it for the $60 a week you're going to get. And those people won't get the well, no, if you're self-employed, you qualified for unemployment. Like last year, it helped me a lot. I was on it for like 6 months, and it saved my life. Without it, I'd have been screwed. Because my income took an 80% drop when the pandemic started. Because people weren't spending money, and all of my income is based on people spending money. Affiliate income. But like today, if I were to apply for unemployment, because technically I could still legally apply for it since I had such a dramatic drop in income, I'd get like $87 a week. It's not even worth applying. Because I wouldn't get the $300. You have to get at least $100 to get the $300. You think these people in these states making $725 are going to get $100? No. Most people shouldn't have gotten screwed by that simply because they forgave income taxes on the first $10,200. So even if you had your taxes set at 0 and didn't know that $10,000 was coming, you would only owe $800 to $1,000 in taxes. Oh, instead of whatever refund, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people probably weren't ready for the fact that, oh yeah, that tax money is also taxed. But, the states that have discontinued the federal boost were starting to get their data in for the first few weeks with no boost. And guess what? No drop in unemployment. So, federal boost? No federal boost. Unemployment has not only not dropped, it's actually gone up a little bit. Exactly. Yeah, I understood what you meant. So your wife would not get the federal boost. So nobody is sitting around. Okay, yes, there probably are people sitting around slurping it up while they can. Why wouldn't you? You'd be stupid not to. But that is not what is driving the market. That is simply a fiction, a propaganda that the slave lords propagate because the slave lords like having slave labor. And so they have to make the workers the bad guys in order to maintain, because they can't let the message drift toward, wait a minute, you're paying a third of a living wage. They can't let the message go that direction, so they try to shift the messaging to, workers bad, absorbing unemployment, absorbing federal boost, and yet they canceled the federal boost, and shocked Pikachu face, unemployment didn't go down. Oops, I guess they were wrong. First of all, let's see, what was it? 73% of small businesses were closed down due to the pandemic, and they fully expect half of them never to come back. So all the people employed by those businesses, gone. All those jobs, gone. But here's the weird thing. Other people are going to fill those gaps when those businesses fail. So you have a lot of people who lost their jobs because of the pandemic, and they did what I do. They switched to something self-employed. Now, even if you're self-employed at basically minimum wage, would you rather do your own thing? Well, that was different. She wouldn't qualify today. She might have qualified for the first round, but not for this round. Probably. I don't know. It depends on your individual situation and the rules. But a lot of these people, they did not qualify for unemployment, or if they did qualify for unemployment, they didn't qualify for enough to get the federal boost. So they were looking at getting nothing. So they had to find work or lose everything. I mean, there are states where, even, if you lose your job, you can't get food stamps. You can't get anything. So even to eat, you've got to find work. So a lot of these people switch to things like Uber Eats and DoorDash and Uber driving, gig jobs. And a lot of people started their own businesses. So these people are out of the job market now. They're now self-employed. Then you have the second aspect that people are intentionally ignoring. 621,000 people died. So if we assume even half those people had jobs, that's 300,000 available jobs. And those jobs were probably better paying than minimum wage jobs. So a significant number of the people who lost their jobs took those jobs from the people who died. So what's actually happening is we have something very rare, something that hasn't existed for a very long time. We have a situation where, and we're not going to involve politics in this, so don't even try to bring up Republican Democrat bullshit. No, we're gonna stick with science and facts here. It is my understanding if your state unemployment is less than $100, you do not get the federal boost. At least in my state. Maybe it's different state to state. In my state, if you don't get $100 from the state or more, you do not get the federal boost. And I know that's also the case in Pennsylvania, and I know that's the case in New Jersey, because I know people in those states. Any other state? I don't know. But I'm assuming that's a federal thing. So you have 300,000 available jobs that people rapidly took because they had to. So people are self-employed, and people took those 300,000 or more jobs that became available because the people died. People don't realize that we have nearly, 1/3% less people in this country than before. They're gone. Those people have died. And dude, that's fantastic. I mean, you've made it past the gauntlet. I mean, 70% of small businesses don't make it past year 3. 90% don't make it past year 5. So you're at year 13. Congratulations, dude. That's awesome. So it's not a case of people sitting on unemployment. You can remove that from your brain entirely. It is factually false. You can just look up U3 and U6 unemployment numbers. If people were sitting on unemployment, that number would be bigger. That number is not bigger. Therefore, it is not people simply sitting on unemployment slurping up $300 a week. It's still in debt. So the situation is not that these people are sitting on unemployment. It's that these people found other work. And they no longer want your shit slave labor job. Because minimum wage people are slave lords. You know, the people who own the businesses, they're literally slave lords. Exactly, they all died. Hey, Michael. So now these businesses these minimum wage businesses exist because working is not a voluntary interaction. Working is a mandatory, compulsory interaction. We do not live in a society where you can exist without work as a normal, general, average citizen. There, of course, are exceptions. You could have a sugar daddy. Your parents could pay for things for you. You can come up with exceptions all day long. But you can't take those exceptions and go, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, you try to live like that. And that's not how it works. For average Joe individual, you work or you die. It's that simple. I mean, you can't even legally live off the land without money. You're not even allowed to fish the ocean without permission from the government. You need a permit for saltwater fishing. The only way you can legally saltwater fish without a permit now is you have to go 12 miles offshore and you have to eat the fish 12 miles offshore. If you catch it 20 miles offshore and bring it back, it counts and you need a permit. There is no way only 4,600 people died. No way. They are so gaming those numbers. I mean, I know they did good. They had to do a hard lockdown, but there's no way only 4,600 people died. So, in the past, and this was intentional, we rigged our economic system to do this on purpose. We rigged it so that you have to work more than full-time to survive. That's important to understand because when you have to work full-time and then more, so when I was working 3 jobs, I was taking 2 jobs somebody else could be working. Meaning I was skewing the supply and demand equation because I was taking more than one person's worth of jobs. So anybody who took more than one job is preventing another person from taking one of those jobs. Yeah, you should be. U.S. is a mess right now. Although things might be changing. Who knows? Maybe. It all depends on how long they can maintain this. So for the longest time, we had more people than jobs. And when you have more people than jobs and no regulatory control over wages, well, wages will be artificially suppressed. Now, why does a living wage scare the living hell out of corporate America? Well, all you have to do is look at the pandemic. Okay? Americans lost $1.3 trillion in wealth, while the top 1% gained $1.3 trillion in wealth during a pandemic where everything was closed. Because your little mom and pop shop, closed. Walmart, open. Okay? So it's rigged. Now, because so many people died, and because so many people found new ways to earn an income, self-employment, gig jobs, or taking the jobs from one of the 600,000 people who died, we have flipped that equation in a way that hasn't been done in 50 years. We now have more jobs than people. which means people have something they haven't had in 2 generations. They have the ability to say, fuck you, I don't want that job. It's no longer compulsory. You know, there's no longer a case of be happy with your $4.25 an hour delivery job because there's 10 people standing behind you who will gladly take that job. Now, not only does no one want your $4 an hour job, not only is there not 10 people standing behind you to take that $4 an hour job, but there are so many jobs available, your existing employees you do have are saying, and quitting. You have mass quits where the whole store just says, we're done, we quit. Yeah, probably enough for you to survive, but you can't, like, you know, fish out the water, so to speak. But here, that's not possible. It's not legal. You have to either own it or have permission to use it. So you can't tell people, live off the land, if you don't want to participate in the system. It doesn't work that way here. You have to have a job. Sounds fishy. That's good. Grown. Dad jokes. Oh my God, that's good. But, so businesses don't know what to do. You see, the one thing our government has is a monopoly on violence. And because work is compulsory, they can use that monopoly on violence to force laborers to take less than the cost for their labor. You know, if you can't afford... We already did that. Okay, 621,000 people that we know of. Okay, trust me, the number of people who died from COVID is higher. Okay, 621,000 is the number of people we know of that we've confirmed. I'm telling you, it's over 1 million. But 621,000 is what we've confirmed. Take half. Okay, let's assume 310,500 were people who weren't working. They were in retirement homes, whatever, they weren't working. So if we assume only half of those people were working, that's still 300,000 available jobs on top of all the new jobs that were created as people went to gig work and self-employment. When you add, it's an interesting theory that matches reality because unemployment is not higher than we expect it to be given the conditions. And the states that have discontinued the federal boost, which I think is 22 of them, 25 of them, 22 or 25 states have discontinued the federal boost. What they were trying to do is force people to take those shit jobs. They're trying to force them to take those shit jobs. So they assumed the same thing the bullshit propaganda assumed, that these people were just lapping it up and absorbing the unemployment because of the federal boost. Well, what do you know? These states have discontinued the federal boost and unemployment has not gone down. If people were not taking jobs because of the federal boost, then there should have been a measurable drop in unemployment numbers after they discontinued the federal boost. That hasn't happened. Not only has it not happened, but in most places, the federal unemployment numbers have actually ticked up a tiny bit. The one state went from 5.6 to 5.9%. It went up 0.3%. Exactly. People got better jobs. Most people don't realize how bad minimum wage jobs are. I mean, you are overworked, underfunded, underprepared, understaffed, and you're treated like shit. We have brainwashed our entire society. We've literally brainwashed our entire population to think These people are unskilled and are not worthy of any more money. We've brainwashed our entire society to think that. And so, of course, when you brainwash the entire society to think of this class of people as subhuman, they get treated like subhumans. The reality is, most of you people who've never done a minimum wage job don't have sufficient skills to do those jobs. Wait a minute, they're unskilled labor. Oh, really? You know how to operate that computer? You know how to operate that fryer? You understand all the procedures for how things are done in that business? You have an effective psychology position because you have to deal with the public? you guys have no idea. I mean, the number of times I've been at a fast food joint and got up in somebody's face because of the way they were treating one of the employees who I don't even know. I've gotten up in people's face and just chest thumped them. Remember, I'm 460 pounds, okay? I can get away with this. You know, I've gone up to guys and just gone, who the fuck are you talking to these people like that? And the guy would turn around, pull up a fist, and then he'd see me and go, what the fuck is your problem? I was like, you can either talk nice or get the fuck out. Because the employee can't tell them that. They're not allowed to. They get fired. But if you don't believe me, go to, especially in the lower income areas, okay? In your higher up areas, it might not be so bad. How many White Castle burgers can I eat? About 14. And I felt sick. I bought a Crave pack once and I made it through 14 before I felt like I was just going to die. Sadly, there's no White Castles around here. I love White Castle. Oh my god. But you keep in mind, guys, this is bigger than a White Castle burger. We are printing a rocket. I want to print something tall, make sure my kinematics are all straight before I give it a big project. If you have a low income area, basically look for the area of town with all the liquor stores and pawn stores and the payday loans. So look for the area with the payday loans and the liquor stores, the bars on the windows, okay? Go to a local fast food joint there. You know, when things open back up again. It's a little harder now because a lot of people are using drive-thru. But go to one of those local fast food joints and just sit there for a couple of hours with your drink and watch. Just watch how the people are treated. It makes you sick. And part of that comes from this propaganda that these people are unskilled and aren't deserving of more. Well, let me clue you in here. 50% of the U.S. population makes minimum wage or less, $30,000 a year or less. 60% of all new jobs are minimum wage jobs. Where else are they going to work? I know degreed engineers flipping burgers. We're talking people with a 4-year degree, people with a master's, flipping burgers, because there's just no work. This is a rocket on Thingiverse called Vern's Style. So if you type in Vern's Style, V-E-R-N-S Style, and then Thingiverse, this will pop up in a Google search. It's just a cool looking 50s sci-fi style rocket. I love rockets. Well, yeah, because in other countries, you know, I find this amazing. Okay. Go look up another first world country like the United States. You know, someplace that has an economic engine like the United States. You know, think, you know, France or Germany or Austria or the United Kingdom or Japan. You know, one of those kind of countries. Look up what a McDonald's employee makes. And look at the benefits that McDonald's employee gets. Health insurance, paid time off, you know, maternity time off, you know, accrued vacation days, paid vacation days, all right? The hours they work, the wage they make, the benefits they get. And then look what they charge for a Big Mac. You know, you'll have to convert it to US dollars. So we can't pay more here, even though we offer no benefits whatsoever. You get no health insurance, you get no paid time off, no PTO, no vacation time, no sick days, nothing. And yet we charge the same for a Big Mac. So if offering a living wage to employees would result in higher prices, why don't we have higher prices in these countries where they do pay people a living wage? How does McDonald's exist in Japan and Germany and the United Kingdom and Austria and France and Spain? How does McDonald's exist in those countries? Because there, they pay them a living wage, they have full health coverage, they have vacation time, they have paid time off, and they get a proper living wage. And yet, the food's the same price for most. In fact, there are some countries where it's cheaper than here. How does that work? Yeah, they just convince you here it works. Because Americans don't know anything about what's happening over there, so we don't care. Big Mac here is what, $3.99? Yeah, these $3.99 are $4.20 through $4.99 maybe. Oh no, free meals. Free meals. You know, your lunch is paid for. You just get a meal. Now, what? 3DR CNC. You're in Sweden. What's a Big Mac cost there? Australia doesn't count because Australia is like the U.S. Australia is like Australia. You can look at Australia as a country in transition between what the United States is and what a European nation is. Australia is somewhere in the middle, and we're not quite sure what direction they're going. In some areas, they're progressing, and in some areas, they're regressing. That's because there's a battle going on in Australia between, you know, government and corporations and the people. And if the Australian citizens let it happen, they'll become another U.S. So hopefully the Australian citizens won't tolerate that. I hope. So far, so good. I don't see any issues. Max fan speed. At that speed, I might go a higher temperature. So I think I'm going to go to 215. It's looking fine, but I want to make sure I get good adhesion. They did a good job. The only problem I have at all is that this is too thin. This needs to be made of thicker metal. And those brackets there are poorly designed. Those need to be redesigned. They work, but make sure they're straight. Bend them back into place before you use them. Those need to be redesigned. This needs to be redesigned. I'm going to get you set back up here again. There we go. That looks good. Here's the crazy thing people don't realize. People in the U.S. don't realize just how bad it really is. Minimum wage in 1980, pretty close to 76. That's when I was born, do it. Minimum wage in 1980 was $3.10 an hour. We're going to base everything off 1980. Can someone tell me what minimum wage is today? I want to see if anybody's been paying attention, see if anybody knows this. What's minimum wage today? Minimum wage today is $2.26 an hour. No, I'm not talking about waitress tip pay. It's $2.26 an hour. You see, $7.25 converted to $19.80 is $2.26. So you see it as $7.25, but it's actually $2.26. So not only has minimum wage not gone up, but it's actually gone down almost $1 over the last 40 years, while costs have gone up. Because $7.25 2021 is not the same unit of currency as $7.25 1980. Do you know what $15 an hour is converted to 1980 currency? It's $4.36. $15 an hour is $4.36. The problem we have is that all the people who worked minimum wage jobs in 1980 and lifted themselves up by their bootstraps are looking at workers today and say, but you're making more than double what I made when I was a kid. They're not. They're making less. You just aren't understanding the conversion of $1980 to $2021. When you look at 1980 to 2021, you have to convert the currency, just like you do if you go from the U.S. to Canada, or the U.S. to Mexico, or the U.S. to Sweden. When you go to Sweden, you don't buy things in dollars. You convert to, what's the Swedish coins? I just had it. I just had it in my head. Well, what's the currency in Sweden besides euros? The Swedes have a currency. SEK. That's it. So when forget about the euro for a moment, and the kroner. When you go to Sweden, it's not $3. It's 3 kroners, and you have to convert between kroner and dollars to find out what the equivalent is. All right. So what is the what's the conversion right now between krona and dollars? Yay! Yes, they are delicious. Well, what people don't realize is you also have to convert this year's U.S. currency with last year's U.S. currency. What, loonies? Is it loonies in Canada, I think? The loony bird is on one of your coins or something like that? So you people understand that when you go from, $0.11. So it's basically 10 to 1. So 10 kroner, $1. So when you go and see something that says 10 kroner, it's not $10, it's $1. Right? Yes, it is necessary. or none of you would have said 725. You would have said 226. Because what we're not used to is we're not used to converting in our own currency. We're used to converting country to country, not in country. And when you look at cost of living, which is going up at a rate of inflation, and when you look at CPI, which is going up at a rate of inflation, and then you look at minimum wage, which is not going up at a rate of inflation, suddenly it becomes very, very important. People say $15 is a lot of money. No, it's not. $15 is not a lot of money. It's $4.36 an hour. Let's see. I just saw it. There it is. Exactly. You have to convert. And that's what people don't understand. See, look here. If I take this and I flip this, and I make this 2021, and I make this 1980, and I put in 7.25, and say calculate. It's actually, the 226 was 2020. All right, we're in 2021 now. So minimum wage today is $2.20 an hour. That's what we're, that's not tipped minimum wage. Tipped minimum wage is 65 cents an hour. Okay? So federal minimum wage today is $2.20 an hour. If we were to pay people $15 an hour, that's only actually paying them $4.55 an hour. All of a sudden, it doesn't seem like all that much money, does it? Go do this. Here it is. usinflationcalculator.com, and just invert the years. Exactly. That's what I just said. 7.25 converts to 220 in 1980. Oh, trust me, he'd have made it worse. Let's see what I do here. Back here. Keep in mind, we still haven't seen the effects of the Trump administration. In 2023, you'll start to see the effects of the Trump administration. $1 coins are a pain in the ass. No, the cost of the product was higher. Automation and efficiency increases have made the cost of products cheaper today. That's one of the ways that we hide inflation. Because it takes about 3 or 4 years before you begin to see the effects of one government administration, before those effects begin to actually manifest in society. That's why you usually don't see the effects of a first-term president until his second term. Because it takes that. Now, there are some things you can do that manifest faster, but in general, anything a politician does, on a national level, anything that the current president, so to speak, anything that his policies does, takes 3 to 4 years before those effects manifest. So the first term you're in office, you're actually dealing with the consequences of the decisions that a president or a administration made 4 years ago. It takes that long for that stuff to go look it up. You can look it up yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. Now, some things obviously happen faster, but we're talking about overarching changes. We're talking about the big picture changes. No, products becoming okay. I don't think you understand what inflation is. No, that's not shrinkflation. That's just price increases being hidden. You notice a yogurt is 6 ounces now instead of 8 ounces. That's called a price increase. We just hid it by shrinking the product. I mean, hell, even the sauce packets at Taco Bell have gotten smaller. The packet itself is the same size, but it's got less sauce in it. I noticed that I need 2 sauce packets per taco now instead of 1. I know, isn't it crazy? Well, what I want to make sure people understand, it might be the term used, but it's not inflation. It's a result of inflation. It's a result of them attempting to hide inflation. Because they know if people experience the true level of inflation that we actually have, there'd be mass riots in the street. The people would lose their shit. But the problem is, they're starting to experience the side effects of this mass inflation anyway. Even with all of our attempts to hide it, it's gotten to be such a big problem that they can no longer hide it. The effects are starting to manifest even as we attempt to hide it. I don't really care about the 2020 riots. I don't care. Most of them were caused by, in my opinion, the government. There's a thing you have called what's the word for it? When you have agent provocateur. Agent provocateur is the word for it. Oh yeah, look at am I a leftist? I don't know what a leftist is. I'm Republican. Is Republican left or right? No, they usually call left is liberal, which is Democrat, right? I don't know. What is a leftist? What is leftist? Left-wing politics, strong government intervention of the economy. So left and right, liberal and conservative. I have no idea. I tend to lean Republican constitutionalist. I don't know, whatever that means. I believe a proper republic is you use democracy where democracy makes sense. You use capitalism where capitalism makes sense. You use socialism where socialism makes sense. And you use dictatorship where dictatorship makes sense. To me, that's proper. So I have no idea what that makes me. Probably none of the above, which is probably why both sides hate me. Well, let's see. The first riot was in, what was that? Minneapolis, St. Paul? Was that the first place? I think. I could be wrong on that. I think it was Minneapolis, St. Paul where the first riot occurred. And it was a AutoZone that was destroyed. And it was begun, we have video of this, it was begun by an agent provocateur, a white Minneapolis, St. Paul police officer with a sledgehammer wearing his girlfriend's pink respirator began the destruction of the AutoZone, which initiated the riot. So when you want to know who started the riots, your white police officer started the riots. So it's AutoZone's fault. Yeah, they took away my 30% discount. Screw them. Oh my God. Go Pet Boys. I wonder, did any Pet Boys get taken out? Oh my God. No, okay, quarter pounder, yes, but I always get a double quarter pounder. Oh my God. I ate my first quintuple burger the other day. It almost didn't fit in my mouth. I just wanted to see if it would fit in my mouth. It almost didn't fit. I had to really squeak it to fit it. I went to a McDonald's and got 2 triple cheeseburgers. It's a pretty good value for the $1. You know, it's probably a little bit more meat than a quarter pounder, but a little less meat than a double quarter pounder. And so I got the 2 triple cheeseburgers. What I actually got was 2 cheeseburgers. Exactly. Well, no, a lot of the rioting is caused, okay, a trend that we have in this country is a little weird because we are a very, well, we're very racist and we're also very polarized. On top of being racially motivated, which I think is part educational. I think a lot of people wouldn't be as racist if they weren't taught to be that way. But we're very polarized and we're very uneducated, meaning a lot of our population is stupid. Like, really, like when I say stupid, I mean, yeah, just go watch People of Walmart. It's a great website. Yes, they have. Wendy's Chili is shrunk as well. We call it the grocery store shrink rate. What you call shrinkflation, we call the grocery store shrink rate. Because the price stays the same, but the product gets smaller. So we have a very dumb, uneducated population that is very polarized. And our media and our politics intentionally polarize them. Because we don't want educated thinking people voting. We want people pulling the D lever or the R lever. We don't want them thinking about it. Just which one's the Democrat lever? Which one's the Republican lever? We just want people to pull D or R. We don't want people to think about it. This is how we maintain our duopoly. It's going to be fascinating. I wish I could live for 200 years so that I could read a history book in grade school in 200 years. I so badly want... It's weird, but the one thing, if I couldn't go back in time and fix my own life, I would want to go forward in time and grab school books from 20, 40, 60 years in the future and just read what we have to say about this last 40 years. I would find that fascinating. I think that would be so... I would be engrossed by that kind of thing. I think that would be so fascinating. I mean, if cryopreservation was a thing, I would give up my life just to do that. I would say, okay, every 50 years, unfreeze me for 1 year, and then I go back into the freezer. And every 50 years, I come out for 1 year. So basically, I'm time traveling 50 years at a time. I would do that in a heartbeat, just to be able to see how things progress over the next couple hundred years. I think it would be fascinating. History fascinates me. And, well, I got 2 triple cheeseburgers. Maybe, yeah, every 50 years. It's in the jar, Futurama, yeah. So, I ordered 2 triple cheeseburgers. And, they were cheeseburgers. So, I went back around drive-thru. I was like, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a pest, but I ordered and paid. I checked the receipt. The receipt did say triple cheeseburgers. Because I've had it happen where they ring up the wrong thing. And, I know, isn't it crazy? I went back around and said I ordered 2 triple cheeseburgers. I showed him the burger. It was a single. And he says, no problem, we'll make it. And I said, do you want these back? He's like, nope, we don't take them back because of the COVID thing. Just keep them. They're yours. I was like, okay. They made me 2 more sandwiches. I pull forward and go, wait a minute. Let me check again. So I stop before exiting the parking lot, and I look. They made me 2 doubles. So I got out of the car, walked inside. I wanted to be done with it at this point, because technically I had triples. I could take the patties off the singles and put it on the doubles, and I would have my triples. But they made the wrong sandwiches, and I know they're going to screw the next person, and they're probably not going to say nothing. So I was like, let's get it fixed. I won't be a pest. Just, I went inside, said, okay, you made me doubles. And the guy looked at me. I was like, I'm sorry. I was like, if you want me to merge the sandwiches you already gave me, I'll do that. I don't mind. But I just want to let you know, I ordered 2 triples, and you made me doubles. And I would have been great if I recorded the whole thing. That would have been funny as hell. And finally, the 3rd time, they made me triples. So I took the double and combined it with the triple and made a quintuple. I ended up with 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 patties. Michelle didn't want to make quads or quintuples, so I gave her the singles, and she turned her doubles into triples. And I turned my triples into quintuples. And we just gave the birds the bread. It was funny. Yeah, we're just shooting the shit because we're basically done with this. I'm just doing a test print. Looking fantastic so far, by the way. But it's, I actually had this happen once before where the guy made me the wrong sandwich twice, and that time I told him, "Don't worry, I'll just merge the sandwiches together." It turned out he thought triple cheeseburger meant triple cheese, so he put 3 pieces of cheese on a cheeseburger. It was hilarious. It was hilarious. No, I haven't. Let me highlight that, and I'll look at that. I'll look at that later. Highlight and copy. Okay. Well, see, that's the weird thing. I don't know how old all you guys are, but my generation was right at the transition from no internet to internet. So I was like, how old was I? I want to say 13 or 14, maybe 15, when the internet started to become a thing. And so I'm from the era of payphones, calling cards, and pagers. Yes, I had a pager. And I had a VoiceNet calling card and a pager. And when my dad wanted to get a hold of me, he would page me. And then I would stop at a payphone and use my VoiceNet calling card to call, because cell phones weren't a thing yet. They existed, and my dad actually got one around this time, but it was like $2 a minute to use it. So he didn't use it very much. And hey, Paul. So that's where I come from. And then we got the internet. My first introduction to computers was in high school. And that in one class, we had Apple IIes. And I remember playing Defender. I love Defender. And in drafting class, we had 286 computers for running AutoCAD. Yep, my first web page was a Gopher page. The www didn't even exist yet. I still have a printout of my first web page. All it was, welcome to my site and a picture of the Blackbird, the SR-71 Blackbird. And it was a Gopher page. It wasn't even a web page. That didn't exist yet. And oh my God, the number of things I downloaded from news groups. Holy crap, man. Do you remember how wonderful it was when we finally got software that let us break apart files and merge them back together automatically? It was so wonderful when that was automated, because back then you'd get 96 out of 97 files and be like, where's file 43? Because you can't use it without file 43. Oh my God, I hated that so much. Oh my God. Oh yeah, that was one of the very first things we did was get a second phone line. Because man, nothing is worse than you're in the middle of a fucking download and someone picks up and goes, "I'm on the internet, hang up!" Oh my God. Oh, that was hilarious. I could show you the beeper shop where we got our pager or our pagers. Oh, it was hilarious. I mean, the shit we dealt with, and now everything's on this. Oh, by the way, do you guys remember when cell phones were shrinking and getting smaller and smaller and smaller? I mean, my heyday with the small phones was this. This phone was wonderful because it had the features of all the color screen phones, but it was a black and white screen phone. There was special software I can use to put my own ringtones on this phone. What the hell did you just do? Oh, there it is. I actually hung this phone around my neck. This was my first cell phone, and I actually hung this phone around my neck. It was so, I'm so big and it was so small that you could hang this phone around your neck without a problem. Exactly. Cell phones, smaller, smaller, smaller. Introduction of Pornhub. It's hilarious. This was my first cell phone. The Sanyo 6200.
First, I need you real quick.
What, Michelle?
Somebody's trying to hack into my
No,
Google account.
No, they're not.
From an Android 10.
Nigeria.
I don't know anybody.
Just hit, no, it's not me.
I didn't know.
Well, now we got to change your password.
I didn't know what to do. All of a sudden, that just started popping up. Came up twice. Like, what the heck?
Let's go.
That's why I figured to bring it to you.
Oh, we got to put the existing one in. What is your thing?
This is my 21. Chris.
I think you're back here. Yeah.
Go back in the box.
Where is your login?
Any chili in there?
Yeah.
Can I get one?
Yeah, hang on. What is your...
Yes, is mine 21.
Don't say it out loud.
Oh.
You're live to the freaking world.
Hi, guys. That's why I said,
Uh-oh.
What?
Somebody may have changed your password already.
How? How? I never changed it.
Oh, no, never mind. It was without the other thing. Now we're going to do it with it.
I figured to bring it to you because you helped me with that. Oh, they said hello, Michelle. Hi. Finally, somebody spelled my name right.
Okay, your password's updated. It's updated on this phone. Any other devices or accesses you have, you're going to have to update it. So you know how your password is the 4 words with the capital Y. And then we do the 21 at. Okay, well now your password for Google did not have the at. Now it does.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
You know I get worried about that. I didn't know what to do. That's why I brought it to your attention. You recognize my shirt?
Oh, I got both my sister and I these shirts just because they're so effing awesome. Yeah. So we both have this shirt. I love this shirt. It's just hilarious.
Can I have it?
Yeah. And they are ice freaking cold.
Yay!
32 degrees, baby. Feel how cold that is.
Whoa, thank you. Bye. What the? He's lifting.
No, I am dead serious when I say this, and this is I am not kissing anyone's ass. She's a godsend. Without her, I'd probably be rotting away in bed doing nothing with a shitty house still. I mean, she can't do a whole lot, but simply being there with me, motivating and helping me, makes a world of difference. Because sometimes it's just too much. You look at something and you realize you're the only one who could do anything with it, and it's just it's too much for one person. Just having that second person makes it so much more manageable. But yeah, that's the phone that I had. Now let me show you where I got my pager. Not just the human connection, but just the help, the assistance of a second person. It's the sum is it's greater than the sum of its individual totals. It's like 1 + 1 = 3. When it comes to help, the help magnifies. So it's not 1 + 1 = 2 times the work. 1 + 1 = 3 times the work. Yeah, Michelle. No, you're going to fix it. You're going to figure it out. I told you what the difference is. Now type it in. Let's see here. Let's zoom in. There's New Jersey. Show me some goddamn roads. Come on. There it goes. 206. 30. I think it was right here at 70. $38. Here we go. Where we're going, we don't need roads. So this here is Route 206 and Route 38 in New Jersey. And this is a little there's like 2 or 3 businesses right here. And this right here was called the Beeper Shack. And that's where I got my first pager. And then this place here is Pure Evil. So this is ice cream shop, and this is a communication shop. It used to be a CB shop, CB radio stuff. But this was an ice cream parlor. And every year, right before Thanksgiving, right before they showed up, or closed up for the winter, they would make fall ice creams. They had pumpkin pie ice cream and apple pie ice cream that was just amazing. Well, the bane of our existence, hang on. $206. Tabernacle. Piccadilly Inn, they had good food there. There's Hamilton. And here's Egg Harbor. Yeah, here's our adult bookstore in New Jersey. Yeah, well, this was the Happy Asian Massage Parlor. Right here. Yeah, that they never shut down. They just let it go, or they were good at keeping you from getting caught. But yeah, that was the Happy Asian Massage Parlor right there. Has anything changed in the Google map? It looks a little different. I have no idea. I never went in there. That's good. All right, now how do you switch? Oh, right here. Street view. I don't see any changes. Why is that blurred out? This is still pretty old because the fence is still there. I think they got rid of that fence. So this is, yeah, this is 2019, so this is older. This is 2021, but for some reason, the trees are blurred out. I'm not sure why they blurred the trees out. That's trees. Literally, it's just a planter with trees. Unless they intended to blur this out. How dare them naked trees! How dare them! This is where they were going to put the Super Wawa. When they were going to buy us until the city ruined it. We had the, let me zoom out of this. How do we get out of Street View? Do I do that? Yeah. Here we go. So, we had this. And we had first right of refusal for this entire block. That's why Wawa wanted it. Live nude shows. One-on-one with a girl. More like a personal lap dance. Or a bondage show. If you want her to beat you, she'll beat you. If you want her to humiliate you, she'll humiliate you. You know, whatever you're willing to pay for. All above board. No sex. Now here's the crazy thing. This is the Wawa they have. Where's Main Street? There's Main Street. There it is. So this town, because of the crazy, psychopathic council member, this town is now permanently stuck with this little Wawa. That's not the Wawa. That's a house behind the Wawa. This is the Wawa that is 7 cars wide. Itty bitty Wawa. They were gonna have a Super Wawa until the council ruined it. So now they're stuck with that. Let's see if any of this. This is 2021, so this is new stuff. Okay. Who are these idiots? Hey, I don't recognize any of these people. At this point, I would have voted for anybody not an incumbent. Let's see if there's anything. This site's available. Let's see if anything's changed in here. Family Dollar's still there. Is the sign shop still there? No, it's a spa. It's a nail and spa shop. This used to be a sign shop, you know, where you can get custom signs made. Well, Wawa was going to buy our adult bookstore and turn it into a Super Wawa. And the city ruined it. Is Inkalingo still there? Looks like it. Good, they're still there. This is a good store. They have good deals every now and then. There's a nice little grocery store. The Boost store is still there. Let's scroll down. Is Tak Shing still there? Looks like it. Chinese food. Looks like it's still open. That was there. That was there. That was there. Okay, so all the same places are still there. That's good. Yeah, if you don't live on the where we have Wawas, you wouldn't know. Is it this? Yes. So basically, I don't know why this is so slow. What the hell? I don't want to see this. There we go. So basically, if you don't live on the East Coast here, down to about here, there's a little bit of Wawa here, and it stops right about here in PA, and then also Florida. That's where Wawa exists. Nope, no Wawa in Georgia. If you're between Florida and Delaware, you don't get a Wawa. So Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, no Wawa. I would kill to have a Wawa. I miss Wawa so bad. Is that this camera? Yes, that's this camera here. Interesting. Now, so, here we go. If you're in Jersey, there's Wawas everywhere. Delaware, they stop right about up here. I think there's a couple of Wawas up here, but not much in the southern part of these two states. Can I search for Wawa? Oh wow, they're spreading. Okay, so we have Wawas down to... so there are some Wawas in Virginia. There's a town in Pennsylvania called Wawa, Pennsylvania. So Wawa, PA. It came from there. Wawa, PA. There was a big dairy called Wawa Dairy, and that's how it started. Seems like they're doing a pretty controlled rollout, like they're being smart about it. So here you can see Wawas. The southern part of Pennsylvania has a pretty decent number of Wawas, but there's, let's see, where's Interstate 8? Here, right here. This is the last Wawa up here. Yeah, there's Wawas there. Here we go. Up here is the last Wawa. So there's the last Wawa going west. So if you head out west, that's your last Wawa there. Now, if you head out west down South Pennsylvania, you have more options. So you can see it goes out a little bit further. It goes out to Reading. But once you go west of Reading, that's it. No more Wawas. Now, do they have Wawas in New York? Nope. Now, I thought there was Wawas up here in the Northeast. I guess I was wrong. So it looks like it's a tri-state area. So it looks like you're talking Southeast Pennsylvania, North Maryland, Delaware, New Jersey, and a little bit of Virginia. And then I believe there is also Wawas down in Florida. Yes. So you have a small string of Wawas down here in Florida. Just so you know, I was actually looking for houses in this area, because I wanted Wawa. I love Wawa. That's the one thing I really, really miss moving out here. It's difficult. Living without Wawa is difficult. It's one of those things you don't realize it's lifeblood until you've had it and then don't have it. See you later, D-Way. Yeah, I think there's Sheets out here, and there is Circle K, but they are not even close to Wawa. Like, it's not remotely the same thing. So I know we have Circle K. Come on. It's being so slow. Do we have Sheets? I think so. Nope, it's zooming out. Yes. No. Speedway. Circle K. No Sheets. So it looks like out here it's Circle K. I know we have Circle Ks. I've seen them. Now, back east, Sheets was improving to compete with Wawa. So Sheets might be a Wawa analog today. No, it's a convenience store. You know how you go into a gas station and they have a little tiny food section? Well, think that, but much, much, much better. They're little convenience stores. Yeah, see, we're all Circle K around here. There's a whole bunch of Circle Ks. And they all suck. But Sheets, the last I saw, was doing upgrades that would make it more equivalent to a Wawa. I guess they saw the success of Wawa and trying to duplicate it. Makes sense. I have my own little personal Wawa here. I have some Wawa cups. And I also have a whole bunch of Wawa tea and Wawa honey. This is a 334. So CR10 size, 300 by 300 by 400. These are kind of fun. So what I do is I increase the size of this, I think 50%, and then I scaled Z only to 395 millimeters. No defects so far. I mean, it looks as good as you'd expect so far. Let me hit it with some light. I do see some speed issues. So these here, there are some speed issues here. That is a firmware problem. See the little blobs on the little turbine there? See those little blobs? I thought I heard that, but I wasn't sure. Those little blobs are because the printer momentarily paused. Holy shit. This is putting out so much light, it's making my hand hot from here. That's a lot of freaking light. That is a math error in their firmware. I'm going to have to talk to them about that. That's something they should be able to correct in the firmware. You can get around it by slowing down. It only happens on curves. I wonder if it can. It is softening it. Look at that! It's freaking softening the wisps. I'm afraid it might soften the plastic. But this is a very bright light. Very nice. It's got a 21700 cell inside, USB-C charging. It's got a side lamp. So yeah, this has a momentary mode. You just press and you get stupid bright. Like the whole camera just gone. And I don't keep it dark in this room. I keep it very bright. Here, watch my face. It's actually warming my face up. So, and then you double tap and it turns on to a dim mode. And then you can adjust the brightness. So brighter, brighter, and then dim, candlelight mode. Press and hold to turn off. And then if you triple tap, you get the stupid strobe modes. Press and hold to turn off. And then if you quadruple tap, you get the side light. And then you can make that medium and high. So, nice light. And then it's USB-C recharging, which I love. And of course, replaceable battery. So it's a 21700 cell. Well, not a bad light. But the big thing I love, normally I don't like modes. But the big thing I like is at any point in time, I can just press this button and it's instant on, very bright, and then just let go and it turns off. So you just need a momentary amount of light. Hi, cat. Off. You're done. Now, if you need the light longer term, yeah, it has the SOS thing. 1, 2, 3. So that's just flash. Then this is SOS. So now it's doing the SOS. And but then if you do need light, you just double tap. And now you're on medium. And I can go through the settings to low even. And low on this is as bright as your normal regular flashlight. not enough to make it hot. But that's nice. This is actually so bright, I wish it defaulted to the low setting on number 2. And you just press and hold, turn off. So, damn nice light. I like this a lot. These are also my favorite little lights. I love, especially because they updated them to USB-C. These little things. This one's been updated to USB-C instead of micro USB. And this has a similar kind of function. You just press and hold, and it turns on stupid bright. So here's, like, bright enough to hurt your eyes. Okay? And then you double tap, and now you're on low. And then you can change it to medium, high. So low, medium, high. And then you press and hold to turn off. And then you triple tap. And this one actually has a side light. And this one has a couple of stupid things, like there's a blinking light, there's a blue light, there's a red light, and then there's red and blue flashing. Actually, that's just red flashing. And then red and blue police light flashing. And then back on. And then this is actually glow in the dark. You can actually kind of see it glowing right now. It's got that greenish color. So these are really nice. They're just super freaking handy. Oh, really? I didn't know that. How crazy is that? This is bright enough to dazzle somebody. I mean, you pop somebody in the face with that, they're seeing stars. Exactly. That's what this is. It's this little tiny light, and it's just got a little USB-C port, and it just charges. It's just a wonderfully handy little light, but it's stupidly bright. Like, I mean, this is a legit flashlight. I mean, you can light crap up with this little tiny light. You know, it's basically the LEDs being massively overdriven. So the runtime is not that long. You see the half of it is a battery. That's the LiPo cell, the lithium polymer cell right there. But these are great. You got to be careful because some of them are very expensive. Like typically these the higher price ones are $30, but you can get them for around 20. But it's a legit flashlight. It's so crazy bright. I mean, watch what it does to this model. It turns white. The camera can't even adjust enough. It turns white and reflects the blue off the print bed. I mean, it's just stupid bright. But yeah, very handy little light. Yeah. Hang on. Come on. It's being slow. It's being real slow. There it is. Why is it stopping at 83%? Let's see. LED. Nope, wrong place. All right. Here's the stupid one. $130. I'm not joking. It's $129. Let's see, add to list. I should have a flashlights, LED stuff. There we go. Okay, that's the big boy. Now, where's the little ones? Here's one of them. They have a couple different variations. This one's my favorite because it's USB-C. And this one's only 18 bucks. All right, as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. Amazon's required wording. If you click on my Amazon link down below, one of the categories is called LED stuff. And you will see both of these at the top of that list in LED stuff. So if you want a psychotically bright, you can, possibly burn your skin flashlight that's just insane, this, 130 bucks. If you want a sane flashlight that's still insanely bright, that's 18 bucks. That's worth it. I would pay 18 bucks for that. I would hesitate to pay 130 bucks for that. Is it worth 130? Yes. Does it perform at that level? Yes. But I have 100 flashlights. I don't need to spend 130 bucks on another one. That, however, gladly pay 18 bucks for that. It's one of those, this is one of the reasons why reviewer experience is important. Because if you were to just to look at this as a listing, I would hesitate to pay $18 for that. Put one of these in my hand, and I'd be like, shut the fuck up and take my money. Because it's really awesome. It's just a really nice little light. Especially because it's USB-C. That's a big improvement in my book. Yeah, that's a good way to go to jail. That's a good way to get in trouble. What are you going to do? If you don't have fun, there's no point. Oh, the browser crashed. That's why it's not loading. Firefox puked all over itself again. What else is new? Waiting for chat to reload. There it goes. It's finally loaded. Tritium is pretty cool. I won't buy one, so I don't want to spend my money on that. But if Vince offered me one, I'd take it. That's the advantage of this kind of a service, is it lets you get, weird, silly stuff like this that you would never buy. I mean, I would never pay $35 for this, just because I don't need one. But, evil supervillains need a scepter. Nasty. Yeah, it has to do with a calculation overrun, where the firmware can only handle a certain number of calculation. What the hell is this? Google wants me to log in and verify it's still me? Seriously? It's probably going to do a two-step. Hey, Eccentric Nut, thank you for joining my Patreon. You rock, dude. There it is. Come on. I just saw you. I guess I could do on this one. That's, oh, it was a YouTube thing. I guess there must be a method people have of hijacking live streams. So it wanted to verify it. That was weird. I never had that happen before. That is something new. Still Wednesdays. Usually right around, I try to do it by 10 a.m. Mountain Time. So that's noon Eastern Time. I've had two-step verification, but it was never YouTube specific. It was just, sign in. It wasn't a YouTube thing. This was a YouTube thing. Hey, I appreciate it, man. Happy victims. It's also good for head bashing. I mean, that thing's pretty freaking heavy. I mean, I don't know what that weighs. Pound and a half? That's at least a pound and a half. I mean, I thump you in the head. You're going to feel that. In fact, that's why this annoys me. Because this is so weak that if I thump you in the head, this is going to break. This will be fine. But this is going to break. It's like, come on. Don't cheap out on the handle. But now I got to print Zur's scepter from the last Starfighter. Oh, yes, that's getting printed. That'll be the next thing that prints after this is done. Fingerprint readers, yes, I don't use them. No, I use verification codes and passwords. I don't use fingerprints. But everything has them. My phones have them. My tablets have them. My laptop has it. They all have the fingerprint reader. I just don't use it. I can't wait to print a bigger one of these. So I'm printing a big one of these. They're practical, but they're not ethical. I have a legal ethical problem with fingerprints. The Supreme Court of the United States has committed treason and declared that the Fifth Amendment does not apply to biometrics. Even though it absolutely does apply to biometrics. Which was a violation of the Fifth Amendment, and the courts committed treason when they forced him to do that. Don't get me wrong. I don't agree with what he did. I think he should be in jail. Last I checked, the Fifth Amendment does not use the word speech. See, that's what our courts do. They weaken the Constitution using court precedent. It's illegal, but they get away with it, and we let them. The Fifth Amendment says, no one shall be compelled to be witnessed against oneself. Now, you have to read that in the English language of 200 years ago. So there's a fantastic website you can use. It's called Webster's 1828. It's basically the dictionary from Webster's in 1828. You're going to discover that a lot of the words we use today, we use them very differently than those words were used 200 years ago. And when you read the Constitution, you're not allowed to use today's words. You have to read the Constitution in the context of the language as it was spoken when it was written. To be witness is to provide evidence. Okay, to provide access to evidence, to provide evidence. That's what to witness means. What it literally means, what the Fifth Amendment literally means, if you were to convert it to modern English, you can't make me help you convict me. You can't make me help you hurt me. So, for example, if the neighbor was caught doing something they weren't supposed to do, and the government found out that I had evidence that could help or hurt them, they can compel me by force of law to give them that evidence. However, if the government is coming after me, they cannot force me to help them. Besides showing up and confirming I am Chris Taylor, they cannot compel me to do a goddamn thing legally. It's their job to convict me, not my job to help them convict me. This is where the right to remain silent comes from. All right, that's the whole point. So, asking me to do anything at all for you besides show up and verify who I am is illegal. It's unconstitutional by definition. People say, well, that's just for testimony. Show me where the word testimony exists in the Fifth Amendment. It doesn't. Now, if you look in the 1828 dictionary, the word testimony did exist 200 years ago, and they did not use it. There's a reason they didn't use it. Because the Fifth Amendment applies from the cop so much as looking in my direction all the way to arrest and conviction. At any point in this process, including simply investigating, you can't compel me to help you. That's like saying, we're going to hang you, and you have to put the noose around your own neck and then jump. You're not allowed to do that. If you want to do the dirty work, you got to do it yourself. That's what the Fifth Amendment says. Do your job yourself. Don't make me help you do your job. So I always tell people this, and people seem to be confused for some reason. I think part of it is lack of education, because we don't really teach civics anymore. And part of it is ostrich head in the sand response. No, it can't be that way, therefore I'm going to reject it because I don't want the world around me as I think it is to be destroyed. I want to pretend the world is a good place. Therefore, I'm going to reject anything that disagrees with that. Part of it's that. Courts do not determine what is lawful. There is no court in this country with the power to determine what is and is not lawful. The only thing that can determine what is lawful is the Constitution of the United States of America. Courts determine what will be enforced. Whether that be lawful or not doesn't matter. That's what courts do. Courts determine what will be enforced. The Constitution determines what is and is not lawful. The Supreme Court is not supposed to determine whether something is lawful. They're supposed to determine whether something is constitutional. And then the Constitution determines if it's lawful. I mean, here's a perfect example of a court committing treason and decreeing by fiat that something that is obviously illegal is suddenly legal. Police checkpoints. I want you to think about this. Any of you Americans out there, I want you to think about it. Actually, you non-Americans might know this better than Americans do, because we don't teach civics anymore. Okay? Any police checkpoint, for the most part, almost any. I can think of a couple exceptions. They're very rare. But virtually any police checkpoint is by definition unconstitutional on its face. That means it's not like vague and gray and we have to think about it and determine it. No, on its face, it's unconstitutional. Because the Fourth Amendment was explicitly written to make police checkpoints illegal. Does anybody here know the history of the United States and the formation of the Fourth Amendment and why we wrote the Fourth Amendment? It has something to do with King George. Why did we write the Fourth Amendment? They had a tool they used back then. It was called a general warrant. So a general warrant would be, I am going up against Mayor Bassett to be mayor of the town. And Mayor Bassett doesn't like this. I'm a threat to him. You know, I might actually win enough votes to unseat him as mayor. So the mayor goes to the town sheriff and says, I want you to issue a warrant for Chris Taylor's house. Toss the place. Find contraband. Find something I can use against him. That's a general warrant. And the king used a lot of those in colonial times. One of the explicit reasons we wrote the Fourth Amendment was to, without question, make a general warrant illegal. You are not allowed to have general warrant in the United States. A police checkpoint is a general warrant. And yet somehow SCOTUS has said it's constitutional, even though it's on its face unconstitutional. It's by definition unconstitutional. Courts do not determine what is lawful. Courts determine what will be enforced. Yeah, rights are great until people start exercising them. Then they're a problem. Get rid of these pesky rights. Remember what I told you? Politicians taste good. Put them on a spit and just rotate them above a fire ant. Just lots of barbecue sauce. What are you gonna do? We get to watch a nation fall. My curiosity is, how bad will it get before I die? Because it's gonna get worse, unless people change it. You know, that is possible. It's unlikely, but it's possible. Now, why hasn't this updated yet? There it goes. Now, I don't know anything about UK law. Like here in the US, that's illegal. But do you guys have an equivalent to the Fourth Amendment in the UK? Do you have a right that would make such a order illegal? I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about UK law and UK history. I know a lot of our rights were derived from British law and Indian law, but I don't know how much of that survives to this day in the UK. I don't know what your limitations and your rights are. They might literally have the authority to do that in the UK. I don't know. Sounds wrong to me. I mean, that means you're not free. If the government can stop you without suspicion, then you're not a free person. You're a subject. Well, technically you are. As a British citizen, you're a subject of the Queen. I mean, the Queen cedes a lot of her power to the Parliament, but she doesn't have to. She technically has that power. Meaning, the Queen of England is a real queen. Like, she actually can rule the country if she wants. From what I understand. I mean, I could be wrong on that, too. I'm not British. I don't think the British people should tolerate that. Meaning, I think that's a place where the Queen should step in and say, no, you don't harass my subjects without suspicion. Does she have that power? Can she do that? Would she do that? I don't know. Sounds like Papier Bitta to me. Maybe start playing some V2 sounds to remind people of what the British people fought against. Because, I mean, you see, here in the U.S., the closest we ever got to being bombed was Pearl Harbor. You know, military base in Hawaii. And that never happened here on actual, continental U.S. You guys, you had your cities leveled from V1 buzz bombs and V2s. And so you guys have a very visceral history of just how bad that was, that no American could ever understand. I mean, we could watch movies and TV shows and stuff like that, but that's not the same thing. That's living it. Have you guys read this stuff about how the way our society functions, happens in 60 and 20-year chunks? It happens in cycles. And that, as far back as we can go, appears to actually follow those cycles. Some pretty fascinating stuff out there. They'd have a tough time doing that. So, man. Do you guys know what the ultimate Achilles heel of all societies are? It's the ultimate Achilles heel. No matter how perfect a society you create, it's the ultimate Achilles heel. Apathy. The ultimate Achilles heel of any society is apathy. Virtually everything the United States government does today is illegal. It's unconstitutional. We do not have a legitimate government in this country. They are a, what would you call them? An insurgency. And yet they function because we let them. Each time they take a chink out of our rights, we let them. It's apathy. Ultimately, they can only do what they do because we permit them to do what they do. A lot of people forget that the Nazi government of Germany was voted in. They were democratically elected. Hitler wasn't. He took over when the other guy died. There's rumors that he may have had the guy killed. But he was also still elected. I mean, these were people who their citizens elected into office. If I have to pick between rights and weapons on the street, I'll take weapons on the street every day. The problem you have in the UK is that you have crime, but you have no right to defend yourself from that crime. I mean, almost anything you would do to, unless I'm totally wrong on this, almost anything you would do to defend yourself is illegal. I was watching a video of some, crooks trying to steal a motorbike out of a guy's driveway, and the person looking out the window was basically powerless except to call the police. The solution to any problems created by rights is education. And that's one of the first things we destroyed in this country. We destroyed the education system in this country. Yeah, what actually surprised me, I honestly did not realize how big of a problem this was in this country. How much of what we teach our children is politically decided on a state-by-state basis. I did not realize that was a thing. For example, it totally changes every opinion I have regarding people with Southern pride. All these people who have opinions that I would call racist, that I would call bigoted, I no longer consider it racist or bigoted. I consider it now to be indoctrinated. These people don't believe this stuff because they're racist pieces of shit. They believe this stuff because they were taught it. This was literally what they were taught in school. Not learned on the internet, not learned on some right-wing, left-wing radio station. This was in their school books. No wonder they believe this shit. I would too if I was raised like that. No, we destroyed it. We actively destroyed it. It's scary. It's scary when you realize how much of what you think you know isn't real. How much of it is fiction. How much of it was determined by political decree or some religious faction or whatever. It's just, it's the idea that the South was righteous, that it was a righteous fight, that it wasn't based on race, it was based on state rights, and all of this different things that we hear that we educated people dismiss as racist bullshit. They're actually taught it in school. That's why they believe it. Because in 5th grade, this is what they were taught. Do you question what you were taught in 5th grade? No. You just assumed the school books were right. Did it ever dawn on you that Alabama student's school book was different than yours? It never dawned on me. My first thought was exactly what Mr. Big Chip said. Oh, come on. Give me a break. What do you mean they're... No, seriously? Their history books are actually different? Come on. It is. It's absolutely incredible. It's mind-blowing. It's truly mind-blowing. What the fuck is that? You don't even get a warning, buddy. See you later. Yeah, talk about a phallic shape, huh? Exactly. And we are learning from Hitler's books. We're correcting his mistakes. I know, it looks like a dildo. But then again, all rockets are phallic. I mean, it's the nature of what it is. Somebody probably made one. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody made a dildo. I'm almost tempted to check, but I just don't care. Flying saucers aren't rockets. Flying saucers are spaceships. $1 trillion. If they remade that movie today, they would have to replace millions with billions and billions with trillions. That's so hilarious. The more you learn, I mean, even the history I was taught was wrong. And I was taught in Pennsylvania, which we assume to be more correct. We're in the north. I don't know. But even the history I was taught was half bullshit. Columbus was a fucking asshole. Thomas Edison was a corporate dick. We laud him as a hero. He belongs in the villain book. I was in Southeast Pennsylvania, right outside Philadelphia. Thomas Edison belongs nowhere in our history books except as a villain. He was horrible. And then, well, here's a couple of interesting facts that most people don't realize. You know, we did not invade the Indian nation and usurp the Indians in the United States of America. That never happened. What actually happened is Europeans came to America after a nuclear apocalypse. Now, I don't mean an actual nuclear apocalypse. I mean an equivalent. Yeah, and he stole almost every one of them. He had an insider at the fucking patent office, and when something interesting would come in, the guy would put the patent aside. Edison would come in, make up his own slightly different patent, and have it submitted first. He was a fucking crook. The guy was a scumbag. But you don't hear that in history books. Let's not even talk about his interactions with Nikola Tesla and how he fucked him over. I mean, Tesla's a villain. I mean, Edison's a villain. And so is Christopher Columbus. Because you research and look up the real history. And then you have to use your own judgment and decide which you believe. Once you look this kind of stuff up, the details make it pretty obvious. For example, the Indians were the subject of the equivalent of a nuclear apocalypse. You ever see the movies, Nuclear Alien Invasion Apocalypse, almost the entire population wiped out? That was Indians in America. Indians were thriving. I mean, they had governments and nations and trade routes from the Gulf all the way to the Great Lakes. I mean, there were so many of them here, it was ridiculous. And a few years, within generations before, Europeans started coming here, a plague hit the Indian population here. Wiped out 94% of the Indian population. 94% of them wiped out. When the Europeans got here, they got here to the 6% of survivors who survived this apocalypse and were rebuilding. So we literally got here after the equivalent of an apocalypse. The first towns that we built, we garrisoned these towns. Got to keep those savage Indians out. No, the garrisons weren't to keep the savage Indians out. The garrisons were to keep the poor colonial schlubs in. Because early colonial life was so fucking bad, they had an attrition of people leaving the colonies and joining the Indians and going to live with the Indians. Because life was 1,000 times better living with the Indians than it was living in those original towns. So the garrisons were to keep the colonists in. Because life was so good with the Indians, the colonists were leaving. It's like, fuck this. It was crazy. The print looks good up close, except where the you can see down here the dips from the calculation overflow. See all those little bulges? That is where the number of instructions going through the processor was too high because of the curve. Curves are basically a zillion changes in direction. So anywhere where it didn't have all of those calculations, you can see it's perfectly smooth. It's nice. No issues. So that is something they should be able to fix in firmware. That usually only happens during Vase mode. Oh, go look it up. You don't have to take my word for it. Go look this shit up. Yeah, it was horrible. It was absolutely horrible. Well, I don't know. If you encountered an apocalyptic society, you might see some weird shit too, like cannibalism. But a lot of it was also farcical bullshit that we invented to justify what we were doing. That's why in the Constitution they were called savages, because we had to justify it by calling them non-people, so we called them savages. When you actually start looking through our history, you start realizing, holy shit, we glossed over so many of the details that would completely change the entire way you perceive that. Like, the whole perception you draw from that history, they're not lying most of the time. Most of the time, they're telling you the truth, but that truth is missing so many details that the perception you draw from it is false. The power of omission. Yeah, no shit, they just survived an apocalypse. I mean, imagine you're in an apocalyptic scenario. What happens? All the little tiny groups of people that survive are going to be fighting each other for what's left. It's going to be horrible. See, you're not saying anything that disputes anything I said. You're simply adding more information. And then you're pretending that that invalidates the information I gave you. No, you're just adding more details. I'm not saying your details are wrong, but your details also don't dispute what I said. Racial segregation was still a legal thing in the 80s. I was bored. Holy shit. I mean, absolutely insane. When the racist pieces of shit who ran this country realized that the legal environment was changing, that we were pushing away from racism, they did everything they could to build the racism into the very structure of our society in such a way that it would have lasting generational impacts that could not be easily fixed. You know, a classic example of this is redlining. Redlining permanently destroyed an entire generation of people. And that impact perpetuates even after you stop the redlining, even after you stop the racism. the effect of what they did on the structure of our society perpetuates itself through generations. And there's no way to fix it. You can't just flip a switch and correct the error, because that error is now part of our society. It's built into it. Poor begets poor. Wealth begets wealth. You can't simply undo the initial decision and correct that, because it's now a generational problem. And then in the future, we use the results of that generational problem to justify racism. It really makes you, sometimes you read some of this history and it makes you want to puke in your mouth. It's like, how could people be so evil toward each other to permanently destroy future generations to perpetuate their evil? Because there's no other word for it besides evil. What was that? There was a recent one, and it was pretty recent, where they were talking about where I think the guy was recorded saying it and he didn't know he was being recorded. I don't want to give too much detail because I don't remember exact details. I could be wrong on a lot of this, but I know. If you'd asked me growing up as a kid, how big of a problem is racism, I would have told you it's not a problem. And as you educate yourself on this stuff, you begin to realize that's white privilege. White privilege is not something you take advantage of because you're a bad, evil person. White privilege is something that simply exists as a part of the world around you, and you don't even realize it. Okay, so tell me, what degree did Aristotle have? What degree did Einstein have? What degree did Newton have? Well, take your degree and shove it up your ass. You don't need a degree to recognize fact and truth. You just need a functioning brain and the ability to accept that what you know might not be right. That's called science. That's called the scientific principle. The scientific principle isn't finding facts. The scientific principle is being willing to go, you know something? These facts supersede what I thought were facts. I am letting these go, and I am recognizing these new things as the now fact. That's a scientific mind. The ability to go, I was wrong. This is right now. And then maybe in 20 years, we learn some more details and realize that wasn't quite right either. This is more right. Just like we're learning right now that some parts of our universe don't operate under Newtonian physics. Quantum physics has some aspects that Newtonian physics can't account for. And we, scientific people, will recognize this and go, yep, Newtonian physics wasn't quite right. This is more right. You don't need a goddamn degree for that. Yeah, we're definitely in tangent territory now. Big time tangent territory. Oh my God. My degree? I will eat you. That's my degree. The master's degree in cannibalism. Oh, man. Still the Ender 2. My favorite 3D printer is still my Ender 2. So far so good. Like I said, originally my core problems are this bracket here is too thin. It needs to be thickened up. Those brackets up there need to be changed. They are badly designed for the bracing for the printer. Those need to be worked on. And they need to correct the math error in the firmware that causes slowdowns, which causes zits in Vase mode printing. Beyond that, it's less than $300, and it includes things that $400 and $450 printers don't include. So, you know, what's a CR10 cost? Now add on silent steppers, a color LCD touchscreen that's actually functional, and bracing, the angle bracing. Add what that costs to a CR10, and you get that for $297. Not freaking bad. Not freaking bad at all. I mean, are you going to dispute redlining? No, this is a production printer. You can buy it on Amazon right now. Link down below. I don't know. It's not my preferred way to handle a fan, largely because it sticks out so far, which I guess really isn't a big deal. At the lower speeds, it doesn't seem to work as well, but at 100%, it does seem to properly cool. So as long as it actually functions, I'm okay with it. It's something that Longer's been doing for a while with their printers. It's just their thing. That's the way they do their cooling fans. And, well, as long as they're functional, I'm okay with it. Now, the only bad thing about a fan like that is that you can't put one on the other side, because then it'll interfere with the end stop. So I'm not 100% sure how they would deal with that. But then again, if the cooling is sufficient, then it doesn't need one. I'll have to pay attention to overhang cooling and keep you guys updated on that. Yeah, it is a little odd. Just because we're used to it being a blower. We're used to there being a blower there. Crazy Print CZ300. Let's find out. And there's something else you'll discover about people like me who believe in science and fact and history. We don't hold a grudge. Looks like B&H Photo has a used one. Looks like $350 is the normal price. So we're looking at a $350 class machine. Let's see what it looks like. It is a 333 printer, it looks like. Yeah, so that's 300 by 300 by 300, roughly. So it's a little shorter than a CR10. Looks like a hybrid external box assembly. So it's got the separate control box. Oh, you guys can't see what I'm looking at. So it's got the separate control box that we normally see on like a CR10, but it's got the machine-mounted power supply over here. That looks like the power supply there. Or this box back here might be the power supply. Are there other pictures? I do like that hyper compact hot end. That looks really nice, if it's functional. It is PTFE lined. It maxes out at 260. Yeah, that looks like the power supply. So they just mounted the power supply sideways, which keeps it more compact. Standard interface. It's a relatively standard extrusion frame. Is it a double rail or a single rail? If it's a double rail, that's good. If it's a single rail, not so good. caps out at 90, so ABS will be a little tough. Yeah, build size is 333. It doesn't say what the machine operates at. Does it operate at 12 volt or 24 volt? It doesn't say. Well, if it's a rod, it's being supported. If it's being supported, that's a good thing. The only problem is by doing that, that rail and that rod have to be perfectly aligned. Otherwise, you'll have binding. Do you know if it's 12 or 24 volt output? Because it doesn't actually say. It might be 12 volt with that. Okay, good. It's good that it's 24. I don't know. I don't like the belt system. I am not a fan of belts. I believe they are more trouble than they're worth. I do not like the four-wheel assembly. That four-wheel assembly is screaming trouble. And even if there's only three wheels here, it's still a four-wheel assembly. They're in the position of a four-wheel assembly. It's going to act like a four-wheel assembly. Which means this arrangement, if there's... it's even worse if there's not a fourth wheel here. This arrangement is not self-aligning. So one of the advantages of a properly set up tri-wheel assembly is that it's going to have a stable neutral point that it wants to return to. That's one of the reasons you can get away with a single lead screw 300 millimeter X-axis, because those tri-wheel assemblies are going to resist going out of alignment. Something has to force them out of alignment. So as long as you don't have binding, if one of those tri-wheel assemblies attempts to move out of alignment, the pushback force is going to increase the further out of alignment it goes. So it naturally wants to push itself back into alignment. Usually the only time you have an alignment issue is when it's not properly tightened. So you're changing your neutral point. Yeah, I'm not super thrilled with the design choices they made in this. I mean, there's a lot of design choices here that they can work just fine. But if not done right, you're going to have headaches that are going to make you pull your hair out. Like this here, this two wheel assembly with smooth rods between them, that screams trouble. I mean, Jesus Christ, you're talking about there's a reason that the early Anycubic printers had dual Z end stops with dual Z motors, because it was nearly impossible to keep the left and right in alignment together through multiple ups and downs. So the way they solved that problem, especially with the frame being so flexible, because it used smooth rods like this is using. This is a hybrid. It's partially V-rail, partially smooth rod. By doing that, there's not much stopping this from moving out of alignment, because those smooth rods can pivot. And so what they did to get around that was they homed both left and right every single time you home the printer. So any deviation that crept in during your last print or the last time you touched or moved the printer was removed every time you homed it, because it homed both Z-axes. It's one of the very nice things about Anycubic printers, that dual Z end stop. So unless this has dual Z end stop, that screams trouble. This might very well have dual Z end stop. It might be required. It might have to have it to function. But yeah, I am not a fan. This assembly here, I am not a fan of. I mean, I'll give it a fair shake. If they want to send me one, I'll give it a shot. And I'm ready to be proven wrong. It could work great. But there are engineering issues with using this kind of arrangement to where if the quality controlled and the precision of your components isn't correct, are going to make you pull your hair out. I mean, I sure hope there are bolts going straight through this extrusion into this extrusion, and that it's not simply these end plates with fucking hammer nuts holding that together, because that's never going to stay straight. That's going to wiggle over time no matter how tight you make it. It is? Those end plates are what hold it together? There's no screws going straight through? See, to me, that's bad. Can it work? Sure. But again, if everything's not perfect, you're going to have little issues in your prints that it probably won't make a print fail, but it's going to make it less than pretty, and you're going to pull your hair out trying to figure out what it is. And it's going to end up being, that this arm is 1 millimeter off. And that causes a binding that you only see as that small perturbation in that print. It's like Z-wobble. If it's soft enough, you have trouble seeing where it's coming from. You don't realize it's Z-wobble. When you have flamboyant Z-wobble, then it's obvious. You know where it's coming from. But when it's subtle, it can drive you crazy trying to figure it out. And holy shit, look at the length of that Bowden tube. Oh my god. That Bowden tube is twice as long as it needs to be. So yeah, interesting. I mean, that print looks glorious. That looks like a beautiful print. But how consistently are end users getting those kind of results? I don't know. I do not know. And why do 333? Why not add the extra 100 like everybody else has to make it 334? That's just a pet peeve. That's not a negative on it really per se. Nice. Hey, random is what we are about, man. We like random. But that's my opinion on it. Obviously, I don't have the printer. Maybe they have things that they've designed into the structure of that printer that account for every single issue I brought up. It's possible they've thought of every single thing I've brought up and they have a correction for it. Yes. Just make sure you go lifeofnaris.com, not www.lifeofnaris. I still don't know why the C name's not working right. As you can see here, now that we're past the point where you have the calculation overflow issue, it's a lot cleaner. It's usually the small, tight curves that cause the problem. What's 500 cubed? Oh, the printer you were. I just saw a message from Richard Crook. Oh man, actually, that's close to one of my dream sizes. I want a 667 printer badly. I would love for one of these manufacturers to make a nice, super solid, rigid 667. 600 by 600 by 700 millimeters. Oh, I want that size so bad. Because that 667, there's a lot of things that you can print at full scale without people type things that without having to break it apart on the X and Y. You just have to chop it on the vertical. Like, I could print Naomi full scale, but I could never print me full scale, for example, because me full scale is bigger than 300 by 300 or 400 by 400 millimeters. But 667, oh man, you could do a lot with that. Put a mosquito on that thing with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle and just go to town. I don't think anybody has a 700. I gotta find a way of doing a 3D scan of my head. I missed out on the thing at Earth when they had the freaking 3D scanning thing there, and I didn't realize it. I don't know how I missed that. Somehow I missed that. I've never been able to get the 3D scanner to work. It just simply will not reliably detect an object that I have on the table. Even when I use the sample object they include, it just doesn't detect it. Expensive. If they ever figure out a way to make non-toxic resin, resin will destroy FDM. All it will take is for them to figure out a way to make an affordable, non-toxic resin. If they can get anywhere near the price of PLA or PETG without the toxicity, FDM is done. Which printer, Ronald? Which printer's still in the box? You think photogrammetry has sufficient detail? The Revo Point is the one I have that I can't get to work. I'm thinking I may have gotten a defective unit. Yeah, the Revo Point Pop is the one that I got sent to me. I just simply, it won't detect objects. Apparently it has some object detection aspect to it, where it's not simply scanning, it's actually looking for a surface. And it simply doesn't see. I don't know why. Well, we just about made it to 8 hours. Send me a link to my Twitter or Facebook or email. Randy, send me a link to that photogrammetry. I might be able to make a photogrammetry rig, you know, a big ring, and put the camera on the ring or a spinning thing, and just change the angle and just let it take a zillion pictures. Problem is, it's really hard to do that as a self-portrait because you really got to make sure that you're in the exact same position for all the pictures. And if I stop to move the camera and I don't put myself in the exact same position again, it might have a problem. I don't know how much of an issue that'll be. Probably the easiest thing to do, if the software is available to even allow this, would be to simply which I haven't been able to get to work. You have basically a hula hoop with a motor, or hell, you don't even need a motor. You could just hang it from a string and give it a couple of winds, and then you'd have, you know, one camera here, one camera up a little bit, and then on this side you'd have a camera a little higher and a camera a little lower, and have software that would just have all those cameras just blasting off a bunch of pictures as the thing slowly rotated. This way you'd have multiple angular arches. Well, I was thinking about using one camera, and then, you know, I would have that camera circle me, and then I'd move it up and have it circle me again. But if I had multiple cameras, then I could do it all in one spin. You know, wait till there's an overcast day, go outside, hang the thing, and just let it do its thing. But that would require a lot of software. I mean, there would need to be software designed to do that. Just get 70 cameras. Actually, you wouldn't even need software. I could just use time-lapse software. That could actually work. If I spun it slow enough and just set time-lapse software to, say, quarter-second increments, just hit go on all of them, and then once you're in position, you know, hold up something like that, so that all the cameras would have that at the same time, and you'd know to delete all the pictures before that, including that, you know, a red flag or something. And then if the cameras just went on their own, that'd be no problem, because you're going to just take all these pictures and put it into a software program, and it'll figure out where all the pictures are from. That could work. I just might have to try that. I have plenty of cell phones. I would only need 6 to do a really good job. So you'd have one on each side here, and then, you know, rotate 30 degrees and actually keep them all on the same axis if you want. You know, have 2 phones here, 2 phones here, and 2 phones here. So you have one up-looking angle, one side-looking angle, and one down-looking angle. Simply tell the phones, you know, capture. I can even do it with 3 if I just put counterweights on this side to balance the phones. Yeah, I did. I remember somebody showing me an option for a T-Rex where you can choose how tall you wanted it to be. But the big limitation is the 400 by 400. That's the big limitation. What I would love to do, I'm never going to do it. I would like to do it, but I'm never going to do it. I would love to make a hang printer. That just seems so freaking cool. There's just something cool about the concept. Yeah, you could do it with 3 cameras. The advantage of 6 cameras is you get more data in a shorter time. But you could do it with 3. And even a longer interval would be okay if you did more revolutions. Because eventually you would... well, building a printer is not cheap. It's pretty expensive. And the only reason I have this printer to show you guys is because it costs me nothing. I don't have the budget to buy printers. I just can't. I don't have the financial means to do that. And building a printer is buying a printer. You got to buy the parts. Probably my best bet to build a custom larger printer would be to cannibalize a CR10 scale printer that has open source firmware that I can edit, and then find a sponsor for the extrusions. Because the issue would be the extrusions and the lead screws. everything else is the same. The stepper motor is going to be the same size, you know. Interesting. I've got to blow my nose before this chokes me. It's going to choke me if I don't. Oh, looks like I got it all out. I didn't think I got it all out. Keep an eye on the program for extrusions. Yeah, but you're not going to get long ones. Yeah, I mean, to do like a 667 or a 777 printer, you're going to need, you know, 1200 millimeter extrusions. And ideally, you really need something like that to be a an Ender 5 style printer. Because you know, as stiff as these extrusions are, you start getting that big, and even aluminum extrusions become a little bit more flexible than you realize. Even an S5 is only 555. I would want to do at least 667, or even better, 777. The reason I want more height is that there's, for the most part, there's no penalty to height. Because, you know, it just takes up more space in your room. The penalty comes in X and Y. But X and Y is where I need the volume. I'll look into it. I'll see what I can do. I mean, it would take a while. I mean, I could do a hybrid bed. So I can take, you know, 4 CR10 beds. And then, you know, just put them together using an extrusion frame to align them all. Because, I mean, it would not have to be a perfectly flat bed. Because I'd be printing with a big-ass freaking nozzle. You know, I might even make another go at a 1.5 millimeter nozzle. Yeah, GoFundmes are a little bit harder than you think. Yeah, they're a little bit tough. But I gotta start draw up some schematics, and just try to get a ballpark idea of what it would actually cost. You know, if I can get a couple sponsors for the bigger ticket items, like the extrusions and the heat bed, because everything else I have. I mean, I've got plenty of screws. I can even scavenge printers if I need to. You know, I could take a couple of printers that I don't use anymore and just literally take them apart for parts. You know, that'll get me lots of screws, and, you know, the electronics is irrelevant. That's no big deal. The only portion of the electronics I would have to spend a penny on would be the heat bed. In theory, I could even do the heat bed. Yeah, I could even do the heat bed. Without buying anything for the most part. I might need to buy a relay. Still, feedback control would be an issue. See, what I could do is I could actually run 4 brain boards and 4 LCD screens and simply create a G-code file that simply turns on the heat bed to whatever temperature I want. No printing, no nothing. No, don't print anything. Just send the G-code to turn on the heat bed and regulate the temperature using the thermistor. And then, when have the power for the heat bed controlled by a relay. I would probably have to manually override the relay in the beginning. So turn on the power manually for the relay. So I would have to energize the relays myself to allow them to turn on and self-regulate, and then switch over to relay power. And that relay power will be connected to the bed power of one of the beds, the one running the actual G code to do the whole print. So that at the end, when that G code turned off the heat bed, that would turn off the relay, which would turn off the other 3 heat beds. I mean, those printers would probably throw errors, but who cares? They're not doing anything. All they're doing is regulating the heat bed. I might even be able to have somebody help me write some custom G code to use one board and 3 of its outputs to control the heat bed using relays and thermistors. That might actually not be as difficult as it sounds. It'd be kludgy. It'd be very jerry-rigged, but it would be using parts I don't have to buy. It'd be using things I already have. That's interesting. It would take forever just to figure out what it would cost. But damn, that would be interesting. I would love to have a big printer. That would be interesting. You know, combine that with that new dual drive extruder or feeder that Bontac has with a mosquito hot end. It'd be the kind of thing where I would want like dual thermistors and dual heating cartridges. So basically double of everything. So that if one heater cartridge or thermistor failed, it could use the other one. Because it'd be a real pain in the ass if you're doing, you know, a 10-kilogram print and the goddamn thing fails halfway through. That would suck. So you'd want all metal hot end. You'd want a proper dual drive extruder, direct drive. You don't want no Bowden. You got to remove all points of failure as much as you can. And who knows, maybe a custom mic'd out aluminum bed won't be as expensive as I think. You know, maybe it'll only be a couple $100 for, you know, a 650 by 650 bed or a 725 by 725 bed. Boy, that is interesting. I got to think about that. I got to think about what the logistics would be involved in making something like that work. Huh. Now you're making me curious. Oh, man. You know, something else I was thinking about? I was thinking about how hard would it be I wonder, how hard would it be? Ow. Oh, I needed to stretch my leg out. 8 freaking hours I've been sitting here. How hard would it be to do an IDEX style printer, but not IDEX, just multiple hot ends, so you could print multiple parts simultaneously using one control board? You know, something like smaller than Ender 2 sized, but then, you know, 3 of them lengthwise. So you get 3 hot ends on the X carriage. I mean, bed leveling would have to be super precise. Because now, instead of a 1-point plane-to-plane tramming, you'd have to do a 3.1 point plane-to-plane tramming. And you'd have 3 virtual planes, and all 3 virtual planes would have to be aligned with each other and aligned with the physical plane of the bed. That would be a nightmare. If you were off by, a quarter of a millimeter on one end, it might be a millimeter on the other end. But I wonder how simply you can make some, even just a 2-to-1. Interesting. Gets the idea juices flowing, Because what I would want is to be able to print multiple parts at the same time. You say, well, get an IDEX printer. Now, that printer right there can do it. Well, the problem is that's not going to fit in the back of my car and run off a solar panel. But Ender 2 electronics would. Probably silly. Probably easier just to put 2 Ender 2s in the back of the car. Now, not only can you print 2 parts, but you can print 2 different parts if you want. But I was hoping to make it more compact. I was hoping to make something that can print 2 parts in the space of an Ender 2. But ultimately, the reality is it'd be cheaper just to pre-print the parts ahead of time than trying to do it on site. It'd still be fun to try, though. Just because. Just for shiggles. This little booger's getting tall. But I mean 2 parts simultaneously. Yeah, I'm probably never going to get one of those. What is that, by the way? Let's see. Lulzbot Sidekick 747. I just did. Woo! $1,300. Can't make it any bigger, huh? Good for you, dude. So how is this substantially different than their Taz 6 or whatever, the Taz Mini they had? How is this substantially different? Is this just what the restructured company is producing now? No, because I know they had to restructure. So is this just their first model? Look up Taz Mini. It looks a lot like the Taz Mini. It doesn't take much to beat a Prusa. I mean, don't get me wrong. Prusas are good machines, but it doesn't take a whole lot to beat a Prusa. It looks kind of like a dog. Configure your Taz Sidekick. Of course, it has to be Lulzbot green. So what's that, a 230 build volume, 240 build volume? The 289 might actually be interesting, but it doesn't look substantially smaller than the 747. So at that point, you might as well go with the 747. Oh boy, they need to work on that website. That's bad design there. Unless you happen to notice this scroll bar, you'd never even know there was more stuff there. That's not a good design. Now that's interesting that they offer extended warranties, but god damn, $600 for a 3-year warranty? That's not a warranty. That's a replacement plan. If the smaller one would make sense if the printer was substantially smaller, but it doesn't look like it's substantially smaller. In fact, it looks damn near as big. So at that point, you might as well have the bigger build volume. Unless the perspective is off. Maybe it is substantially smaller. I don't know. But like one of the reasons I like the Ender 2 is how small it is. You know, you can just put it anywhere. Yeah, not much of a dollar difference either. Because realistically, the only difference is a couple pennies of extrusion. Otherwise, it's got all the same expensive hardware. Now, $1,300. The way I configured it was $1,325. If that's American made, that's not bad. If that's Chinese made, that's way too expensive. Does it say where they're made? Like, is there an about button? Okay, that's not so bad if that's an American-made printer. But I thought they were shifting over to China. Here's an about. Says they develop, manufacture, and support our products. Okay, that's good. That's not a bad price for an American-made printer. That there is why we don't have very many American-made printers, because they cost a lot more. But that's not a bad price for an American-made printer. Cool. Well, I'm certainly not moving. See you later, Ronald. You have a great night. Yeah, I've never heard anything bad about Lulzbot. Never. Cool. Do you live in Fargo? Like, are you local to them? Now, why the hell did it hide that and ask me to approve that? There's nothing offensive in there. YouTube hid your message. You should check my stream of the unboxing. Maybe soliciting? I'm trying to figure out why they would hide that. Well, I'll ask them. Worst they can do is say no, right? Alrighty, guys, it's long enough. This stream is definitely long in the tooth. So I'm going to call it quits. I'll post pictures of this when we're done. I'm going to contact Longer to see what they can do about fixing that firmware bug for the complex vase mode prints. See if they can fix that. And hopefully, next week we'll have that new big resin printer to play with. So that's it. I will see you guys later. Remember, happy victims. And politicians taste good. Where is that stop button? There it is.